think we're here. Everybody's here? I can hear me. Can they hear you?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. But you're not visible on my stream.
Ah, hold on. Okay. There you go. I should be visible. Hi. Sorry. I waved to everybody. Wait, am I muted? Uh-oh.
No. Not anymore.
No, I don't think so. And Foxy is quiet. Okay. Yeah, she is kind of quiet. My mic is playing. So actually, I'm peaking, so you guys should hear me. Oh, you just mean silly. Thanks, Circle. We're paranoid here about sounds.
We are very paranoid. It's how we roll.
All right. I'm going to turn it up a little bit for Foxy, but that means Vero and Roz don't yell at me.
Deep inhale.
Why is Thorn blurry?
Well, I mean, I can turn up my gain.
Blurry is not. It's. Hey.
There he is.
Hey.
Patch on it.
Oh, okay. Actually, that looks better. You guys are just in the yellow, so that should be fine. All right, cool. So, hi everyone. We're back. It's been a while. Just realized it's been 3 weeks, so I haven't been able to play with all these wonderful people because life sucks. Anyway, so we're short one person, but they're on their way, so we're just waiting for her to get here. But we're gonna go ahead and start with introductions, and then who are you people anyway, right? And then hopefully she'll be here by then, and she could do an introduction, and then we'll roll to see who's doing the recap. Okay. I'm gonna be a little bit easy on the recap this time. Everybody can pitch in and help, but one person's in charge of running it all together. All right. So we'll just start from left to right. So Jinia, you're first.
All right. I'm Foxy Project. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I stream mostly survival crafting games. Lots of 7 Days to Die. We're right in the middle of the new release for that. So that's been exciting. And I play Jinya. I am a high elf cleric. And I've left my home, and now I've been I can no longer go home. I've been exiled forever. So
And since we have to stretch, why don't you tell us about how you feel about that? No, I'm just kidding.
do we really want to go into it? Like, do we need to get out the therapy couch?
I was gonna say D&D therapy session.
D&D therapy session.
All right. Okay. Elios, you're next. Foxy is... Wait, hold on. Foxy is still way too low, according to Wandering.
You know, just into the yellow is fine. It's when you get into the red, it's not good.
Does Wandering have his hearing aids in?
And
ooh.
like, ooh.
Has he changed the batteries in his hearing aids?
See, she starts out like right at the same level as the rest of you, and then she fades as she starts talking. So I don't want to raise it too much. Hell, I'm lower than all of you guys. Oh no, I just went into the red. Never mind.
That's perfect, actually.
I was about to say, I'll try to keep it sort of in the middle, but I'm like, I watch mine and it stays right at kind of the same level. So I don't know.
Yeah, I could just turn you up in Discord for today. All right, so go ahead, Elios. I'm gonna turn up Foxy a little bit.
Hello, I am Thorn. I play Elios. He's looking for his brother and is traveling with the caravan and the rest of the party, helping them while looking for his brother, because traveling with people that you know and like is fun and good times. I am the only person. I'm pretty much the only person who doesn't stream. Rhino doesn't stream technically, but he does. He has before, but I've never streamed, and I kind of plan to keep it that way for no particular reason. But you can find me here and only here.
Okay.
I remember hearing this from Loco too.
Right?
Just throwing it out
point.
there.
All right. Is Foxy a
Going
little
with
bit
the
better
break.
now? I raised her volume up, like in Discord, so she should be a little bit louder. I've never had to do that though before.
I just got a. There she is. I was gonna say I just got something from Lady M.
Hey.
Hello.
Oh look, you're just in time. All right, we're doing introductions, so we're only up to LEOs. You got 2 people to go, so
Perfect.
you got time to log in and all that stuff. Don't worry about it. Just hurry the fuck up. All right, Vero,
Take your
go.
time and hurry.
Thanks. Okay. Wow. Love it. Okay.
Go ahead, Vero.
I'm Rhino. I play Vero, Wood Elf Monk, from way out in the middle, the farthest reaches of these lands, and I am, without a better way of putting it, like a ignorant child, just absorbing everything around me, having a great time when I'm not being beat to death.
Okay, cool. Roz.
Hello, I'm Loco 1956 in chat, or just Loco. I have started streaming in the last 2 months. I stream exclusively War Thunder on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I will not be streaming this Friday, but I will have a birth month stream on Monday. It is not my birthday, but I am have been born in this month. If you're any good at math, you can figure it out, the age. But anyway, I play Razumdar Straight Arrow, the grandson of the infamous, or not infamous, he was just famous, Lionel Straight Arrow, both of whom were Rangers, or are Rangers.
Yeah.
Tabaxi Rangers, to be more precise.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right. And then we have Songbird, who I guess can do her introductions while she's getting connected and stuff.
All attempting to, and amazingly to find out Fantasy Grounds change their layout, and I don't like change in the middle of all this crap. Okay.
Update.
You're the only one to say
Update.
something negative about the change. Everyone was so excited about the visual change.
I think
I'm
she's
okay
just
with it,
more
except for I just got
concerned.
here.
Yeah, she's more concerned that she has to go through it while she's trying to
Don't-
connect.
Don't forget to update it. You need to do
Yeah,
the
that's
update.
how I found out.
Okay.
It updated and then it changed. I'm like, oh, that's different. Oh, what are we in? Okay. Hold on.
What's up, Vlad?
Emotional damage.
Yeah, emotional damage is completely happening right here, particularly on my stream. Give me a second, chat.
Introduce
Okay.
yourself, then go back and fix.
Okay, I'm trying. I'm actually trying to get in right now, but I'm trying to make sure chat doesn't see my stuff.
All right, that's
The
fair.
password. Okay. So, and then my halfling wants to use the restroom with the door wide open. Nice. That adds for lovely sounds. Anyway,
Focus.
so hi.
As long as they're
I
on visual,
am-
we'll be okay.
Right. Hi. I am Lady Magdala, mainly known as Lady M here on the Twitch verse. And I play right now the currently frazzled Songbird,
It'll be
our
alright.
group's bard. Wait. Dude, load.
Okay. Anyway, everybody roll d20. Let's see who's gonna do recap. Who's gonna run the recap?
That would be just my luck. But my thing's not up yet, so I can't even roll it.
You want me to roll for you?
No.
I was gonna say. Roll a d4.
You would.
Right now, it looks like it's gonna be Vero.
I already told you I have absolutely no idea. So
Mm-hmm.
that'll be fun.
Good thing we decided that recap was going to be a group sport today.
Yeah.
I could literally regurgitate what we kind of talked about in
You want me to send you my notes?
You keep the notes in the table, don't you?
Yep. In the yeah.
You could
On
share.
Fantasy Grounds.
You
Yeah.
could share them. Oh, but if you're, it depends on what you're putting in them too.
What do you mean?
So
These means that if you keep secret stuff
yeah,
on your notes,
you can keep notes in Fantasy Grounds and share them with all the players, and you can keep notes that are just stuff that you might want to
yeah.
keep close to yourself.
What
So
is that?
it depends on what
What
you
do I
put in
do?
the notes on whether you want to share it or not. Gimbal keeps the notes.
should have rolled a d4. You might have rolled higher.
Right? So Gimbal keeps the notes in the Waterdeep game, and mind you, this is like 3.5 years worth of notes that I have to go check them sometimes to figure out. Like, I know they met this person, but what do they remember about this
He has.
person?
I was gonna say he has a sheet. He has a sheet of just names and how we know
Mhm.
people.
Yeah.
Mhm. And that was something I've been planning to go back and do because I had started doing notes and had them shared with y'all, but then I started writing in a notepad because typing. Typing and trying to switch mic on, mic off, mic on, mic off. It was too much.
And why would you turn them? Okay. Anyway, all right.
Because
So
she
you,
clicky clackies
So you
too
don't
hear
loud.
clacking?
Apparently.
yeah, just lower your gain. Why are my neighbors being so loud? I just keep hearing doors slam behind me. Like, I'm gonna go slam my door tonight. As soon as the game's over, I'm just gonna go slam the door a couple of times. Anyway, all right. So Songbird lost. I mean, not, she won. She gets to talk now. So
Perfect.
However, you gaslight you into this being a good thing.
yeah, it's a
Right.
wonderful
I'm
thing.
like, uh-huh. That
No more
I
articles online for you, Rhino.
Oh,
I know, right? You read one article about gaslighting, whatever you hear the
I
end of it.
saw the title of one article.
Oops.
Said Jesus and moved on.
All right. So when we last were here, I had. We're just gonna start
It's in
out.
the note.
The DM had 3 inspiration. So let me set up my dice. So we have 3 of
Wait.
those.
what?
I had the DM had 3 inspiration. So we're gonna set the dice up. I have 0 hexes, and I have 2 halflings luck. So we'll keep track of that. Put that on the side over there. If it changes, it is what it is. It's been so long. Janine's hair almost back to how it was when she began this adventure. I mean, it has been almost 2 months. It would have grown somewhat back, but maybe shoulder length instead of the, what is it called? A wolf cut?
maybe they'll just think that the whole thing has been so stressful for her that she's going white.
Right?
Could be. I suppose I should put some white roots.
So, did you just share the secrets one? Who did that?
There we go.
I don't know. It just popped up on my screen.
Yeah, so somebody did that. That seems like an Elios thing.
It was a very
I'm
much
always
a
blaming
nothing to
Elliot.
see
That
here,
is
move
Elias.
along sort of thing.
It,
Well, it
okay,
literally says
not
completely normal halfling. Nothing weird about that.
Yeah, so but yeah, it just popped up. It's like
be
you
less
have
gullible or suspicious of me.
All right. Every time you share them, though, they keep popping up. So
I don't know why they pop up like that. Before they didn't open
It-
on the screen.
well, I think if you make them public, they pop up so everybody realizes that they're public now. So you have to close it so you acknowledge that it's been shared with you. Thing is, they're showing up for the DM. It's like, I have access to all of them anyway. Like, why are you bothering me? All right. So Songbird, we have decided that it's going to be a group effort because most people, it's been a while and people were confusing where we ended the last session and where we started the last session. So
well,
we're
we
gonna-
had a discussion about how we ended the last session, so I kind of remember that. So it is kind of fitting.
it's good that
that
you're doing the
I-
recap. Then go.
Yes. So, as we last left off, because it took us forever to even get to that episode, we had left Vero and Elios in the tavern, all nice, comfy, cozy. Songbird had chased after some small little creature that was hooded, and that one got away. Jinya headed back to the caravan. At the caravan, Roz was confronting our darling little copperhead, who kind of chickened out, screamed, and then, you know, had said Roz had saved her, but, not really the case, and she hasn't been seen since. New people joined in with the group, one of them being a little gnome named Jamna. Wow. I keep wanting to say Jamma, like pajama. Who happens to be part of a group that is kind of associated with the Harpers, but not on the really, normal side, not balanced. In it for themselves, basically. So there was a discussion, a private meeting in Junia's tent where they discuss what everyone pretty much knows. And as Jamna asks if everything is okay, or everything, if that's all the information, words, sorry guys. She heads out and was last left waving to Roz, who's in a tree, who was not part of the meeting but watching over the tent and make sure no one disturbed the meeting.
Seems like you did more, but that's pretty good. You guys have anything you want to add?
Yeah, she stopped everybody from being poisoned, if I remember that
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Mm.
There was
Eating
that.
porridge.
Yes, she did.
She
When they
also
first
told
actually
us that
started talking to each other.
yeah, she also told us that there was a red wizard of Thay riding with the cultists now, and she told us that they were part of the cult of the dragon. Also, what was it that I saw?
I know they did. She did say that it was them probably trying to poison us.
Yep.
Or poison them with the food mainly.
And Karen and Jenny made up over pastries.
Oh, yes.
That's probably the most important part of the whole.
Yes. Pastries are good. Pastries are wise.
I totally forgot that part. Huh, okay.
I actually got to find my notebook now that
Oh.
I'm kind of settled in.
All right.
Nope, that's Dragonlance.
I do have here that the gnome is female. She aligned herself with the one who abused animals. Don't know why. Well, it was important to Roz. The notes I have are
because that's the cart she was sitting on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that that's what bugged him.
Aligned.
Oh, yeah, that
It was
bugged him.
it was the
What
word.
bugged him?
It was the word choices that made me laugh. If you're not hitching a ride with, you have aligned with
How
that.
dare you?
The gnome is female. She has aligned herself with the one who abuses the animals.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that is not an E. All right.
Anything else?
You may have saved my friends, but who you keep company with says a lot about you.
That's right.
Hold on, I'm checking something.
And we're only like a handful of days outside of Waterdeep, right?
What?
Just
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
We're
Yes.
we're on the final stretch to Waterdeep.
Yes.
remember
If you
correctly.
guys, you guys don't have to stream up, but I'll share the map with you. You guys have a map of the Sword Coast. Oh, they changed the buttons.
Sorta.
Yeah, they're black and gold now.
Yay.
Wait, did I share that?
actually, wait a minute.
Yeah. So you guys are in this stretch over here.
Mhm.
Like you have left
Nice.
Daggerford. You're a little bit closer to Daggerford than I clicked, but yeah, you're in that area there. What am I waiting for?
Oh, no, I said wait because I noticed that all my friggin' hotkeys on the bottom are cleared.
Mine aren't. Some of them are.
All of mine are gone.
they probably restructured some of the stuff from your character sheets, so you might have to re-add them. I was also looking at something. Uh, it should be here. Let's see. Sorry. Looking
Are
for
you?
a little bit. I'm a little bit sorry. Yes. All right.
I won't notice if the hotbar is cleared till we play the next. Or no, one of the other games, because one of the other two games we've been in regions long enough where it's worth saving a map, like more region specific maps. So if those are
Mhm.
gone, I'll be like, damn.
Yeah. So for you guys watching, Fantasy Grounds did like a major update. And I don't remember exactly when they did it, but it was definitely before today. So it was probably today. Today's Tuesday. So it was probably today. But some of the things are like different. There's just differences. So we might be discovering some mistakes here and there. All right. So when we last left off, we said we were going to start with basically Jamna has just walked out of the tent. She has just waved towards Roz and she's getting ready to walk away. And then you guys were going to pick up from that point. I have been informed that one of you actually wants to chase after the gnome. Why do I feel like... Oh, okay, there she is.
Eventually, I will get my camera over there. Just give me a second.
I'm not saying anything. I just can't tell if you're there or not, so...
I know, that's why I said I'll eventually get the camera there. Anyway, in character, guys, I'll be right back. And Soundward's gonna go out the door, out the tent flap. But
Okay.
kind of like stick her head out first to see, does she see Jamna or Roz or anybody?
You see Jamna for an instant as she's like heading into towards her where she's supposed to be staying. So she turns through some of the wagons. You Roz, you would have to look for Roz, but and he's up in a tree watching over. So I don't know how well he's hiding, but he's out in the darkness. But you can see in the dark because you're an elf. So
Yeah, but I'm just gonna see if he's like in the immediate vicinity. Words.
um,
I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself so I can run after her without just drawing attention to the crazy running elf. Because apparently she's moving fast, isn't she?
no, she's not running off, but she's remember it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, so she's being quiet, stealthy. So she's not moving quickly. She's just moving with purpose. How long does it take to cast invisibility? Just like an action, right?
Yeah, it's just an action.
Yeah, that's all right. So you step out of the tent and cast invisibility.
No, my head is sticking outside the tent to see if I see her and everything. I'm not stepping out until I'm invisible.
Oh, okay. I misheard. Sorry. All right. Okay.
So, cast it. Y'all see the rest of me disappear, and I'm heading towards Jamna. Trying not to make any noise or anything like that, but trying to get to her so I could get her attention.
How?
Well, as long as I don't have to scream, Jamna! Like if I can get up right next to her and say, Jamna.
You can.
Low enough that she can hear me.
Yeah, this is on you. You tell me what you're doing.
That's what I want to do. I want to get up to her and be like, hey, Jamna, hold on a second.
All right. First, roll me a stealth check.
Oh,
I'm assuming you're trying to be quiet.
yes, I am.
Okay.
Stealthy.
They changed the dice too. You guys notice that? the
Mm.
flare for the dice has been changed. It used to be more of a yellowish color, and now it's like more reddish fire. Sorry.
I guess
All right.
that's on yours. I haven't seen you roll yours. Mine have a whole bunch of hearts around it.
Yeah, you have a different one. Okay. So, you are sneaking over to her, and she's kind of just like humming to herself. Um,
Oh, perfect.
when you whisper to her, though, like whisper her name, she will spin around, and she will have 2 daggers in her hand. Like one dagger in each hand.
Lovely. Okay, well, looking around real quick, making sure there's no one around. It's like, it's Songbird.
You can see her looking around confused for a second. She does not put the daggers away. She's like, "Why are you following me?"
You had said something that kind of triggered about a note that we had found in those caves we told you about, where Robs and I were captured while the
Say it.
others were fighting.
Uh, I cave fighting. What are you talking about?
We had gone over everything with her. We just didn't verbally say it that day because that's a lot of crap that we went through.
Okay, that's fair.
So there was papers and there was a place on there, and when you were rattling off names, it kind of triggered something. Do you happen to know what um Narita? Narita?
You sound like you're asking me.
Well, I'm trying to pronounce it correct, but I don't think I've ever heard it before. It's Naerita. Naeyrytar.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, well, the letter had mentioned that everything must be freighted north to Neratar.
Hmm. At this point, she'll kind of like reach up, still with the dagger in hand, and like, so she has a dagger between her hand, but she's like scratching at her chin. She goes, "That's interesting. So, do you know how to spell it?"
If I remember right, it's Naer, and of course she can't see my face, thankfully,
Mm-hmm.
as Songford is thinking really hard. NaerYtar.
The smoke coming out of your ears is not invisible, though.
You know, I had a beard of red feathers on my face.
Stop
Smoke
arguing with
coming out of
him.
my
He's
ears
not
didn't
there.
look anything.
So, when you spell it for her, what's your perception passively?
Possibly, I think was like a 14. Yeah.
Are you making that up? I don't
No,
remember
it says
anything.
14.
That's not what I wanted to click on.
Hey, considering all the other characters I'm messing with, I'm surprised that you remembered that.
All right. So when you're looking at her and you spell the word out, you see like a little glint, like, oh, of recognition.
So you know this place then?
Well,
I may be pronouncing it wrong, but
you definitely are, but that's neither here nor there. I remember an old settlement. It was in the, well, not so much a settlement, but it was the name of an area within the mirror.
the mirror?
Yes. Why would you do an update now, Adobe?
Because they're evil.
Yeah. Yep.
A settlement.
I have to I have to find out why Adobe is doing stuff in the middle of my things.
Turn off
Anyway,
auto updates.
yeah, I have to do that, but it's not. It's supposed to be doing them at like 4 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, sorry.
That's usually when I set stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why it's doing it at 8:30 in the evening while I'm active. All right. Anyway, so she'll tell you that there was the name of basically an outpost in the mirror,
Okay.
but long since fallen to disuse. You think that's where they're headed?
My guess would be likely, since it was in the note that, everything needs to be freighted up there.
Hmm.
So if these carts that are here have, all the treasures and everything like that, that could be where they're going.
Well,
But
then Waterdeep is only a stop. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on them. It'd be easy to lose us in Waterdeep.
I take it I've never been to Waterdeep before. I take it it's a very, very busy place.
Oh yes.
Okay.
They don't call it the City of Splendors for nothing.
Well, splendid. Let's run the chance of losing somebody. That's fantastic.
Well, not if we're sharp-eyed and we keep note. I mean, they can only move the wagons so fast.
Well, yes, that's true. But I don't know, they've slipped everybody else.
Well, you managed to keep with them for, what, 2 months?
Yeah, but slow wagons. And they might have not been trying.
Also,
But since
the
the way
wagons aren't gonna,
everything's...
they're not gonna get any faster.
Yeah, I know. But now that they're trying to kill us, it kind of makes it different.
Well, they can't openly kill you. There's still laws of the land, so at least there's that.
I don't think they really care much for the laws of the land, considering
Well,
what they could be trying to do.
if they didn't care, they probably would have separated that pretty little head from your rest of you already.
Yeah, fair.
Now, it's late. Unless you have something else, I'm going to bed.
That's it. I kind of figured it's like after you listed off several places, it just triggered the memory. And I wanted to see if you knew about it.
No, I've told you all I know.
I appreciate it. Good night.
She'll, like, nod her head, like, in the wrong direction. And head away, like, leave.
Alrighty, and then I'm going to carefully head back to the tent. Probably stopping right outside the tent to see if Roz is around.
And Roz is around? I don't know. After you went out
When
of
I
the
left,
tent...
I didn't see him.
I don't know. Hold on. So after you left the tent, Roz, what did you do?
Nothing.
Okay. That's what I figured. So you're still in your same perch.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so then outside the tent, I'm going to be looking around to see if he's out there or if he's gone.
He's in the exact same place you left him.
Up in a tree, right?
Yeah, you know he's antisocial.
Are there any limbs low enough that Songbird might be able to climb into?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I'm gonna try to quietly climb onto those limbs.
Okay. So, Roz, you see her come over to your tree and start climbing.
Invisible.
Oh, that's right, you're still invisible. So, roll a stealth check.
Do I get an advantage on that, by the
Yes.
way? Okay. Advantage. Stuffy. Stuff.
Okay. Roz, what's your passive?
14, I believe.
14.
Yep.
So my question is this though. You were kind of watching over like the tent when the gnome was there. When the gnome left, did you relax? Or
Well, it
you
is 3 in the morning. He does, sleep.
eventually need to sleep? Okay, that's so it would be your passive. So Roz, you hear like shuffling at the bottom of your tree, and then you see like a couple of branches strain and creak in the night.
What the hell do
Not good enough.
I roll? Oh, and that was with advantage.
He will quickly but quietly knock an arrow.
So Roz, you go to knock an arrow. Songbird, you're climbing. Your passive is pretty high too. Roz, are you trying to be sneaky about it, or are you just like?
Well, I'm being quiet. I'm not going to announce I'm, pulling an arrow out. He doesn't know what's going on. All he knows is he hears something at the bottom of his tree. So
Right. So I'm trying to like play this out. So Songbird, you're climbing the tree towards him, but you're focusing more on like climbing. So Roz, roll me a stealth check too. Because you're trying to be quiet about it and stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. So you knock an arrow and you just see like branches bending, leaves rustling.
Damn it, what did I roll?
No bueno.
Oh.
Like not more than him. That's what you. It's getting
Well,
closer.
Stop or die.
I'm gonna have to get way better at this if you're gonna catch me doing that.
You have no business in these tree. What is it you need?
Roz, it's me.
Yes, Roz knows who this is. Roz wants to know why she is here in the middle of the night when every in the camp is sleeping except you and me now. Thank you very much.
Well,
What is so
Mr.
important
Cranky.
that could not wait?
Well, Mr. Cranky, it's only been a few minutes since the meeting ended. So you falling asleep?
Yes, Ross has been up most of the day. He does not want to be sleeping on the job in the mornings.
Yes, that's fair. I was coming to check. And yes, I was trying to come up and sneak on you. Yes, but apparently I'm not that good.
It's a good
I'll
way to
get better.
get yourself an arrow in the eye.
Yeah. True.
So you
But I
have
was
checked
feeling
on Ross.
mischievous.
Ross is fine. What else is there that you need?
Well, I guess if you want to stay here and sleep, that's fine. I'll go check to see if everyone's still awake because it's only been a few minutes, and then we'll continue the conversation. Unless you care to
Very
join
well.
us.
Yes, this sounds most appealing to Ross. Have a good night.
Night, night, Cranky. And she's gonna jump down.
Skinwalkers. Oy vey.
These two, an arrow to the knee. Way to end up. Used to be an adventurer. All right, you wait. You said you're jumping down.
Yeah, I'm sure I didn't get very far in that tree before he told me to stop. He's not gonna let me get that close.
Yeah, that's fine. It only takes 10 feet of height to like break an ankle. I'm just saying. All right. So you're back down
If
on the
you
ground.
land properly, it'll be okay. Yeah.
10 feet, D6. There's no. Anyway, I'm looking for gravity damage. I know. I need to roll some
Roll for
dice.
ankle strength. Roll for ankle strength.
Oh my god.
All right, so you're on the ground. Now what?
Mhm.
Make a noise.
No,
Like
I'm gonna
Roz,
put
you
it
think
in
she just fell out
carefully.
of the tree? You just hear.
Oh, these
I'm sure he would have seen a
hairless ones.
bigger dust pile if I landed on the ground painfully.
You might have did a superhero landing. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, what are you doing now? Wait, hold on. You three in the tent. What are you three doing? You see Songbird turn invisible and leave.
I mean, if it's late in the night. I think Vero would finish up his tea and then head to bed.
I love how sensible, like, calm Vero is about everything. He's just like, eh.
I mean, I would have been enjoying my tea, and chances are I wouldn't have been. I would have. I was trying to think if it would have been a big deal that she disappeared, or if I wouldn't been paying enough attention where I just assumed she stepped out. Because all I know is she was there, she wasn't there, and I saw the flaps open. So
Yeah, that's fine.
I did
It's
also say it
some-
would be like 1 moment before I left.
You're not there.
that I would
Shush.
do
Talking to the people in the tent. You're outside fighting with Roz right now.
So yeah, I would have finished up the tea and probably started to go to bed. It is late.
Okay. Elios, Ginia, same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've seen her go invisible before. I'm going to assume that she's either off to go talk to Roz or head back to the tavern since she didn't tell us where she was going. So either way, I'm gonna get settled in for the evening.
Just making sure. Okay. Back to Songbird.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Everything went quiet. I'm like,
Because we're waiting for
I know.
you. You're doing
you
stuff.
said
You
you
have
were
to
saying
call. You have
something.
to call the ball. What are you doing?
okay, well, I'm gonna go check on the tent, see if they're still awake and everything, because I thought they'd be awake, but you know.
Well, they're settling in, but yeah, they didn't fall asleep that fast. You were literally gone for maybe 10 minutes.
That comes. Okay.
Like,
That's
Vero
kinda what I
might be
figured. I was like,
asleep, but
already? Well, him, yeah. Probably not Jinya, though.
remember,
She
they're
probably
elves.
wants
They don't even have to really sleep. Go ahead.
All right. Well, poking my head in, my invisible little head in, be like, hey, still awake?
Fireball hits the tent flap.
You know, we've done that before and it did not end well, so let's not revisit.
Yeah, rehashing that little burning sensation wasn't lovely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Plus, I'm not going to be on like super high alert because I know Roz is outside.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody was actually trying to attack the tent, he would more than likely do something about it. Even if he was mostly asleep, I think something would wake him up. So
Yeah,
I
no,
have
that's
that much faith in Roz.
that's fair. Anyway, Songbird, you poke your head in. You're like, hey, they acknowledge you. Nobody set you on fire. Sadly.
Yeah.
Well, I know you acknowledge, but did they acknowledge? Just like, did Jinya?
Does
or
Vero
Vero?
ever acknowledge anyone?
You know, that's fair. Did Jinya say anything?
She did.
Yeah, I'm half asleep. And I said, yup. When you asked if anybody was awake.
Okay, I had to go ask her something.
Okay.
Here. Okay, I'm gonna crawl back into the tent because all I have is just my head through the flap right now. And then it's like, do you remember when Roz and I were nabbed by Cyan?
No, because I died. But what's going on?
Ouch.
Well, we were nabbed before you died. It's like, ouch. Okay. Well, yeah. When that incident happened, Roz and I were stuck, nabbed, whatever. But when we escaped, we had escaped with. Remember, we had discussed the whole, bad dragon poetry thing? Well, Vero remembers, if he was awake, because he commented and said, yeah, that's very bad poetry. But there was a note in there. And when Jamna was talking about, where are they going? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? There was something that triggered. And she still didn't tell me how to pronounce it, by the way. But it was a place called Nertar or something like that. But it's a place that everything was supposed to be freighted there. And so when I spelt it out, she said that she had heard about this old settlement up in the mire. It's an old post that has long kind of been dormant. And then she's like, do you think they're going there? I was like, well, since the letter said everything needed to be freighted north to there, I would think that's where they're going. But she also said, we could possibly lose them, even though they got the carts and stuff in Waterdeep.
Okay, so we'll have to pay attention when we're going through Waterdeep, I guess.
And that's what it sounds like. But okay, that was my last part. I'm gonna go to bed and make it back before this thing drops.
Okay. And Jinya's gonna pull her blanket up over her head
Okay.
and go to sleep.
All right. So everybody finally goes to sleep.
Good night.
Let's see. Menu. They haven't changed that. All right. Next couple of days, everything goes pretty much standard. Is anybody looking to do anything in particular over the next couple of days? We'll start with Roz.
No, he's gonna do same old thing.
Same old
He
thing?
always does. Yeah.
All right. What about Vero?
Standard operating procedure of, our normal routines and then working out and stuff. And I don't think I would change. I would go back to early, I've made it back probably to doing how my routines were at the beginning before I was shunned into hiding.
Oh.
You don't remember I was
Yeah.
shunned into hiding?
For a minute, I was like, what? I remember now. Yeah. Okay.
Somebody's still so salty about that.
I know. I was like,
Right?
wow.
He had to put a cloak and everything. He was just so sad.
I changed my clothes.
He was unhappy.
Everyone's upset that I didn't disguise myself when I'm a monk from a backwoods monastery and not a spy, people.
All right. Elios, are you doing anything different? Or anything over the next couple of days?
Yes, I'm gonna do a thing.
Okay, what would you like to do? What's your thing?
One of the nights over the next couple of days, I would like to go to Bade's Tavern. One of the nights, and I'm gonna stay all the way till closing, and I'm gonna get Songbird's attention and ask her if she has a moment.
Uh-oh. All right.
Sure, what's up?
Hold on.
Oh, well, I didn't know we were going to do anything about that.
I'm just thinking. All right, so this would be maybe the third night. Well, are you waiting or is it important? Do you want to go just tomorrow, the next night?
I mean, which night it happens doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Um, do you have a moment?
Yeah. Sunbird's gonna look around, make sure like everything's put up, it's closed down, and everything like that. And it's like, you want to go for a walk or sit at one of the tables before you put it up?
Maybe for a walk out into the woods, so others don't oversee.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Is there like some trees to hide behind, or like a bush?
Well, would you prefer to? I'm gonna love this spell. Would you prefer to go invisible? Last for about an hour.
That might actually be counterintuitive.
Okay. Then yeah, let's go ahead.
So after we walk out, like away from the caravan a little bit, I'm going to take off my big cloak and hood,
Uh-oh.
and reveal what Elios looks like to Songbird.
Oh, finally. Out of character. That was out of character.
And in front of you, you see a kind of bronze-ish colored kobold. I am not actually a halfling. Um, Jinya and Vero know, um, but I try and keep it hidden because people tend to not like kobolds for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to be attacked. So I wear lots of layers and sometimes look like a halfling. Uh, so so uh, if anybody asks, I am in fact a halfling. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm. But Elios, I do have a question. You do recall when your garments had dropped during that fight, right?
I do.
Okay, so I guess the newer people, yeah, would probably question and be like, "Oh, why would a kobold be here?" But how do you feel about the others?
The rest of the caravan or the rest of our group?
Mm-hmm. The rest of the caravan. I mean, I have a feeling that you trust the rest of the group if you've shown them fully what you look like. Which, thank you, I do appreciate it. Thing like that.
I prefer to keep covered from the rest of the caravan. I do not
Mm-hmm.
know how all of them will react.
But has anybody reacted recently since the uncovering, or at least the top part of your head?
No, and I think part of that is because I just ignored it and played it off like it didn't happen, and then everybody just kind of went about their business. Except
That's
for
fair.
the one guy that wanted to see my feet for some reason.
No, they're as halflings, they're not big on shoes.
See, if I had known that, I've never actually met any halflings before.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I didn't know that. Had I known that, then I would have used that to my advantage.
Mm. Yeah, that's pretty much just the weird part of it, and why he kept asking about your feet and seeing your feet. But okay, well, I'm not going to go about and tell anybody, and I'm completely okay with it. You haven't done anything to cause me any alarm, and you've actually saved my life a couple of times. So, if anyone's got anything to say, mm, they can just kind of shove it.
Well, I thank you for not trying to stab me. Since you know that I'm a kobold, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And thank you for not telling everyone.
No problem.
Elias is gonna put his layers back on.
Don't you get hot in all that?
No, actually, I am cold-blooded, so this is actually very nice.
Oh, okay.
It's like a big warm hug, but all the time.
Oh. Well, okay, that's a very positive way to look at it. I like that.
I don't.
You don't like hugs? What do you got against hugs?
Yeah.
That surprises you?
DM God.
See if this works. It did work.
What, you have a blow up button?
What?
Nothing.
Well, no, you guys.
Explodes.
No, you guys have been traveling on the road for a while, and while you've received experience for all the encounters, you haven't received experience for all like the roleplay stuff. So I was just making sure you had that.
Which we are
Oh.
amazing at.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, it was considerable RP experience, but you now have it. So
Along with what? You can't see the smile on my face. God dang it. I gotta work on that.
yeah, you should turn on your camera. That might help.
The camera is on, just not on your side.
Well,
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
I'm gonna say I get a lot of crap when my camera is off on your side. That's it. I'm cutting off your stream access. All right. So, you guys have your exchange. You have your moment, and then you go about your you go your separate ways. Right? We got to that point.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the end of that.
Okay, Jinya, was there anything you want to do over the next couple of days?
Nope. Standard operating procedure.
Okay, perfect. So, after all that, wait a minute, I lost the book. Oh, I guess I closed it. After all that, eventually, you guys are near the Ardent Forest. You're probably a day or so out from Waterdeep, and you guys make camp for the evening. Everything is people are excited. You can almost smell like the cooking in the air, like of the city. You're that close. And in the distance you can actually see the lights because Waterdeep sits on a plateau near a mountain, so you could see in the distance. You can probably be there the next day.
From a distance.
But in the middle of the night, there are a meteor blows up water. No, I'd have to
No,
end.
there's very important.
I would have to end
No.
an entire campaign. Like,
And one shots.
yeah, no, stop that. Anyway,
We don't know where the timeline is. This could be way after the events of the other campaign.
He's already entangled them too close in time.
Yeah, they're already. Yeah. So, there is basically some shouts in the middle of the evening.
Angry, get off my lawn, kids! Shouts or shouts of horror, like someone's attacking me.
Not shouts of horror, more like cries for the guards. And Roz, one of the Roz boys, Daniel, will come up and be like, you need to come quick.
What is it? I'm coming. Let us go.
Yeah. So heading hurriedly off into the direction, he says, they found someone. She's dead.
Oh? Very good. Let us go. Thank you for
Is that the right
letting me know.
sentence?
Is that the right sentence?
Very good.
She's
Is
dead.
that the
Very
right way
good.
to? Very good.
All right. So
Depends on who it is.
you and Daniel are rushing over there. Songbird, like you and Bade are actually cleaning up. You know, it's after hours. The tavern's closed up. The keg is tapped, and it's been a good night. People are basically getting the last of Bade's goods before they reach the town, and you see a couple of like soldiers answering the call as a shout goes up: "Murderer, come quickly!"
What in the world?
And, and he kind of looks at you.
Can I?
Let's go find out. So
All right, let's go.
he quickly snatches up the income for the night and pockets it and like heads over to the same direction. You three inside the tent or wherever you are near the tent, you hear the shouts as well. Murder! Murderer! Guards! And you hear people running about outside the tent because tents don't really block sound.
Indeed, they do not.
As
Well,
Roz arrives with Daniel, he'll tell Daniel.
I'm not up to that part yet. Hold
Okay,
on.
okay, wow.
I'm seeing what the three in the tent are
Wow.
doing first. Damn.
well, Ginny's gonna pop her head out of the tent, and see where the commotion is coming from.
Okay.
Like, I'm going to assume that Vero and Elios are gonna do whatever they're gonna do. Probably drink tea and meditate.
Okay.
It's
Is
probably
Songbird
safer for
trucking
everyone.
it-
I
Is
guess,
Songbird
yeah. I mean, I
trucking
guess it
it
depends if
past
you
the tent?
want.
Is Songbird trucking it
No,
past
you.
their tent?
Okay, guys. If you're not standing together, wait till I say it's your. Like I go, hey, what are you doing or something? Because you're kind of talking over each other now. All right, Ginia, you have the ball. You stuck your head out the tent. Go on.
And I'm gonna see if I can hear a little clearer, like what's going on, and see what direction the sound is coming from. And then I'm going to grab my weapons just in case I need them and head in the direction of the yelling.
Okay, so the yelling is coming from part of the camp. It's so you know how the the wagons for the cult they keep separated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's coming from a part of the camp that's closest to the separated wagons.
Okay.
And people are running over, like rushing over in that direction. It's people are poking their heads out of their own tents, going, "What's going on?" And curiosity is getting the better of everyone because it's been a quiet few days, so people are hurrying, putting on their cloaks, and going over to investigate as well. Eventually,
Troublemakers.
you will see Songbird and Bade come walking by because they have to pass you to get to where this is all going on. And you will see Bade look over at you and he says, "Ah, my lady." He'll stop and bow.
Do you have any idea
See
what's going
Songbird
on?
much of walking.
Sorry, no, I have no idea what's going on. What did you say, Songbird?
I said I don't see Songbird much of walking. If someone's screaming murder and everything like that, I don't see a walk happening.
Okay. So you run by, Bade stops to talk to Ginia.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of motion for him to lead on, and we can continue on in that direction since we're all going that direction anyway.
Alright, so he'll start running with you and he'll be like, so how are you? But, so you guys will head over to the thing. Roz, now, back to you. You and Daniel will arrive before everyone else. Well, not everyone else. There is a group. When you arrive, there is a group of people standing there. There is a body on the ground. They have a cloak on, but there is a dagger. Basically, it would be lodged just under their shoulder blade in their back. Okay?
Okay.
And, no, wait. I'm sorry. Take that back. No, there is no dagger. There's just blood. Lots of blood.
Okay.
Okay?
Am I clear to go?
Yes.
Okay. He'll look
Yeah.
at Daniel. and tell him, get the guards, everyone away. No one except Karen is allowed here. Get them away. Roz does not care who they are. Get them away.
All right. So he'll look at you a little bit confused, and well, you heard him, and he'll start like pushing people back. There is a crowd of guards. There's also some people there. Okay, because remember I said there was already a little bit of a crowd that was there. Some of the people are not really thrilled that you're telling them what to do. As you look up and notice there are several angry cultists. I'm like, who is he to give us orders?
Roz doesn't pay attention to that. He kneels down beside the body. He already has a feeling, but he pulls the cloak or whatever is over her, over the body, and looks to see the face.
So you know as soon as you see the hair.
Okay.
About this time, the two of you and Bade will also arrive. Songbird, you're a little bit ahead of them because he stopped to talk. You'll see Roz looking over a body, examining it. Several of the guards are trying to make a ring around him, pushing people back. There's some people that are adamant they're not moving away from the crime. Karen will also arrive with her sleeping cap on, and like, what's going on here? And you look as Roz is inspecting the body of Copper.
Roz is going to whisper as he's knelt there, you did not deserve this, little one.
So, in the commotion, there are people basically, going back and forth, and like, what happened here? What's going on here? Karen is like, what is the meaning of this? What happened? Like, immediately looking towards Roz for an answer.
It appears this young one has been assassinated, murdered, killed outright. Roz is trying to get everyone back, so whatever clues may be on the ground have not been stamped out by this crowd who just wants to see a dead body. That is what is happening.
So that'll cause a little bit of angry words from some of the cult members that are standing there, because they're looking at you and they're like, we're not just here to see a body, that is our friend.
Yes, so let us do our jobs to find out who has done this to your friend.
We know
Do
who
you not
did it.
wish to know? You know who did it.
Yes.
Who is the one who has done this?
We're betting it's that long-haired friend of hers, and they point at Ginia. Where is he? Where is he? They're looking around for him.
Oh no. He's been in the tent with me and our employers all night.
Yeah. How do we know that's true?
I mean, if you would like to speak to the people who employ us, who would have no reason to lie to you,
well, they're there.
Feel free. Okay.
So they're there, and they like look, and they're like, "Were you in the tent with them?" And absent-mindedly, the brother who could speak is like, "Well, they have their own tent, but I mean, I wouldn't think that he would do that." And they're like, it's kind of strange. He hasn't been around lately, and then all of a sudden he shows back up, and our friend is dead. you hear somebody is like, "Get your paws off of her," and they're like, "Now cut that out." The guards are still pushing people back. Karen is trying to keep the peace and like let him do his job. If anybody can figure out who is here, it's him. But you're you're contaminating the area. Move back. So they're pushing people back, and then you can hear some basically like under their breath, but loud enough that everybody in the area can hear it. From your nemesis, Chad. Chet. I'm sorry, Chet. Chet is making like some comments like, aren't they friendly, him and the long-haired one? So people are just kind of throwing accusations, but it seems like they have it. They're laying blame to this on Vera. All right, Roz, back to you. You're looking at the body. You're listening to all this going around. They have cleared the area for you, but they have had to push people back away from the body.
Okay, he will. He's not going to roll the body over, but he's going to feel where the blood is coming from. Is it the back or the front?
The front.
Okay. Is she on her face or on her back?
She's on her face. Like she was fetal position on the ground, so her, the side of her face is touching the ground, but her cloak was over her head, like her hood was up.
Is there a sign of struggle? Is there like wounds on her hands, defensive wounds? Is there like anything under her fingernails?
Wow. Okay. So I need you to roll some dice because you're doing some investigation checks.
Hmm.
All right. So defensive wounds. She has a wound basically right below her sternum. Like what are you checking? Like I'll fill in the blanks. Go ahead and ask the questions.
Well, I mean, the obvious wound is going to be the one that killed her. But was she like trying to fight someone off? Is there like
yes?
Okay.
Defensive wounds, yes. She was definitely not a lot though.
Okay. And then once he kind of establishes that, he's going to start looking for. I mean, the area is obviously contaminated, but for footprints that might be involved with this. And at the same time, he's going to kind of like motion for Karen to come over.
All right. Roll me survival for like footprints. Okay. So there are a lot of footprints. Rosin with the Sherlock Holmes. So there are a lot of footprints around. You are like investigating and you're trying to see like what's going on, but there was definitely a lot of people here. You call over Karen, who's gonna walk over gingerly. Like she looks like she's trying to be careful where she walks, seeing what you're doing, and she'll ask like, "Any luck?"
It is impossible to tell with the footprints. There's too many here. But she put up, and he kind of looks back at her. She put up a brave fight, as you can see by these wounds. But someone was much stronger, as he's saying this, he's kind of gonna feel around her neck. Well, one for her pulse, which he knows he's not gonna find. But what is her temperature? Is she like cold? Is she still warm?
She's cold. She's been dead for a little while.
He'll pass that on to Karen. She has not been living for several hours now.
Also, I will mention this is fairly close to the wagons, the cultist wagons. Like she is literally like near one of their wagon wheels.
Yes. Unfortunately, I mean, Ross is no one that detects these things, but it is. Ross feels it's impossible to tell. The only ways one could know for sure who has done this is to have her back alive.
How would we do that? Everybody
There
kind
are
of.
ways. There are ways.
A couple of people in the crowd are gonna look towards Jinya.
I mean, I would have overheard this, and I'm going to sort of make my way over to Roz and Karen
Okay.
and say, I do have a scroll of resurrection. We could solve this mystery really quickly, but I feel like we need to have the body somewhere that's not in view of all of everyone, and especially not the cultists or the people she was traveling with.
Okay. So if you say that, the cult members will kind of be getting a little bit of an uproar. They're trying to cover for him. I don't want them casting anything on her. She's our member, and we will speak for her. And Karen's like, don't you want to?
Cover for him how?
Her.
No, they said that we are
Oh,
trying to cover for
For
him.
Vero. Yeah,
How are
I'm sorry.
we trying to cover for him?
What do you mean? You're casting some magic so you can protect your friend. That's why you want to take her in private? No. Well, oh, I'm peeking like really bad. I need to lower
Sounds
that.
good here.
Oh, I
Yelling at us.
I know he's so mad.
So they're just throwing accusations. They're like, no, you're just trying to cover for your friend, and we don't trust her. They're together. They're associates. She's in on it. She could maybe she's trying to destroy evidence.
Perhaps you would like us to perform this magics here, and when she wakes, she points at you.
Points at us. It wasn't us. No, it was it was that long-haired, pointy-eared person.
You saw this with your own eyes. This is what Raz thinks. You did not see anything. You are trying to stir up emotions. What we are trying to do is find out who killed this one. No one deserves to die like this.
All right.
Whether she is your friend or my friend, it makes no difference.
So, Roz, you do remember the leader of the caravan?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah,
He's not the one speaking.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Well,
He-
I'm confirming
isn't
because I
one
never
that just-
mentioned it either way, so I didn't know how you knew.
Nope, I am. Roz is totally aware of
Okay. So he's
who
not.
might have done this, but
Well, I'm saying the caravan person is the caravan leader or the cultist leader is not the one speaking right now. It's
I know.
somebody you don't recognize. You've seen him with the cultist, but
Yeah.
and they're actually trying to hold him back, to calm him down. The leader is not doing anything. He's just standing there watching all of you.
Yeah.
But this one is adamant that Vero did it and you're just trying to cover it up, and he doesn't think that they should let you cast any spells on her because you're just trying to protect your friend. Karen
perhaps
is
if you knew what we wanted to do, or what this one that is walked up, maybe you could understand more. What is it you want to do?
who are you talking
He's
to?
talking to Ginia.
So, I have a scroll of resurrection,
Which are very valuable, by the way.
indeed. But if it exonerates my long-haired friend, as you call him, it would be worth it. And again, as Roz stated, nobody deserves to die this way. and she would be able to tell us what happened. But I want to make sure that she's not influenced by anyone on either side. Because if one of your party did this to her, she's going to be too afraid to say it if you guys are standing there.
And if this long-haired one that you speak of has done this, then the authorities will be told. We are not hiding anything. We are working on the behalf of this one whose life has been taken. Where are your interests? Your interests are in this long-haired one. Our interest is finding out who did this.
Oh, that's not
Do
what
you really want to know, or are you just going to speculate that this one who you call long hair is the murderer?
So they're going to continue to argue back and forth. They don't trust you. Whatever you're saying, they're just, I'm not hearing it. They're convinced that Vero's the murderer, and she's going to cast a spell to cover for him. Nothing you say is changing their mind.
So can anybody use a scroll of resurrection? Just as an aside.
You have, well, certain scrolls you have to be able to cast the spell.
I think you have to be able. I think generally you have to be able to
Right.
have the ability to cast the spell,
Right,
in
but-
order to cast it.
But there's certain like protection scrolls that anybody can read. But a scroll of resurrection, no, you have to be able to cast the spell. Do you have resurrection? What spell do you have exactly? Because
No, I have a scroll of resurrection, but I don't think that I have.
That's too high a level spell for where we're
Yeah.
at right now.
Okay.
And it would have to be another religious
Well-
druid, a paladin, or a.
well,
I don't even
Jinya.
think a paladin can.
So she can cast it. It's just because she's not of level, there's a chance you fail. So that's like when they're higher level like that, there's a chance that something goes awry.
Well, my suggestion was going to be if there is someone in this caravan that could cast this spell to use the scroll that isn't related to the cultist group or our group, a completely unrelated party, so that there's no question as to whether I'm trying to cast a spell to cover for Vero or whatever.
Right, you would want to pass it on to somebody. That makes sense, but they would have to have somebody who can cast a spell in their group.
Someone in the caravan other than the cultists and other than us.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
While you're thinking of that, can Songbird walk up to Junior real quick?
You'd have to get past the guards who are trying to keep a circle.
Well, we had her all arrived together, so
They had
that
stopped.
was inside the schedule.
No, they had stopped
the
Jinya as
schedule.
well, but Jinya
Oh.
kind of pushed her way through, and so because everybody knows. Remember, I said everybody looked towards her, and then she kind of came in because everybody kind of has an idea she's a healing person.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, do I recognize the guards that are in front of me?
Yeah,
Sure, they
you've
did
served
the
all of them. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're not
It's
your
like,
friends though.
Hey, it's like, can I need to talk to her.
To who?
I need to talk to Nanya.
Who? We were told to keep everybody back. So they're gonna like look over towards Roz.
Genia, perhaps you go and speak with. We do not need anyone else accusing us.
All right, so I'm going to sort of disengage from the current conversation and walk over to Songbird.
Okay.
All right. So Songbird's gonna like lead you kind of more in a private area away from where the cultists are and everything like that. And she's gonna whisper, it's like, I have a bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling. The
About?
way, well, something's bothering me that, you know, they're pushing so hard to not do this. You know, it normally it would kind of indicate like maybe they know something happened or they are trying to cover something up, but maybe they know that you would push to try to resurrect someone. Kind of think of it a double-edged sword. She could wake up and tell the truth, or this could be their plan all the time, all along. That you resurrect and she wakes up and points to Vero.
Well, that's
And
possible.
why now? And
Nobody
why
knew
all
that
of a
I had a
sudden a different
resurrection
plan?
scroll, though.
Yeah, but you're a cleric. No one knows. Everyone's seen you heal and stuff like that, so they know you have healing powers. So it can be an
She's
assumption.
dead. She's cold and dead. So
Mm-hmm.
there's no healing there when she's cold and dead. The odds that I had a healing scroll, nobody would have known that. This is the first time I've even said anything about having it. As a matter of fact, I almost forgot that I had it. So that is
Unless
a
somehow
huge risk.
someone knew. Unless someone from back when you actually passed away had seen you and it was brought up. I mean, everyone was at Greenest and some of them recognized Vero.
Right, but they wouldn't have known that I would have been given an extra healing scroll or resurrection scroll.
Well, that's true. I just have a really bad feeling. Like this is a setup. Or it could be a setup. I could be completely wrong, but I wanted to bring that up to you. Because I have a... I don't know. I don't know if I'm being untrustworthy or anything like that, but I don't know. It just feels very uncomfortable.
While you two are talking, you'll hear a voice, and it's Jamna, and she'll go, "Well, I don't know if it's a setup or not, but it is a waste of a scroll. I mean, they are the enemy." She'll say it quietly so only you two can hear.
So, how do you recommend we convince them that our friend Vero, who has been in the tent this entire time, is not involved in this situation?
Well, simple. She yells out, "What proof do you have?" And some people start going, "Yeah, what's your evidence that it was the long-haired person?" And an argument will start going back and forth over that. So now the cultists begin to get defensive. So where they were just kind of, they calm down to one of their friends, now they're defending it. So that argument though begins to like swell, where the entire group of cultists are yelling back and forth or accusing and arguing with people. They're not getting, it's getting a bit contentious, but it's not drawn, no weapons are drawn. But most of the caravan people are saying, yeah, do you have proof? Like, you're blaming somebody, but no, did anyone see the crime? And they're like, we know it was him. He had, like, they've had history. Like, they're basically saying they have history, and it's like, everybody's like, what history? Well, we don't know. So, like, they're saying things, but they're not, like, saying things, and their accusations are starting to fall apart, but you could see that they all believe it. Some of the caravan guards, Chet's boys, are kind of siding with them, but most of the caravan are siding with you all. Well, with Vero, at least. It's like that long-haired person has done nothing but help us. He keeps to himself. We don't understand how you can blame him. In fact, I don't think I've ever like. How did she die? That becomes the question.
So I will look at Roz and say, Roz, how did she die?
Everybody's looking at Roz now.
It appears to be a weapon, sharp weapon, to possibly the heart, underneath the breastbone here. Could be short sword, could be long sword, could be dagger. Roz does not know.
Roz does know
But there's-
if he's looking.
Well,
So
he knows what weapon it was.
hey, you have an idea, yes? Because
I'll have
you
to
had
look at the
rolled
cut.
from before, but you didn't turn her over. So, you're pretty sure from the size of the wound and the wounds on her hand, she went to block like a stab and took a cut to her hand. It wasn't a dagger. The blade width is too thick for that. Probably a little bit too thick for a long sword too. You're thinking it was probably a short sword.
Okay.
And she only has one stab wound. So, but she has like a cut on her hand from trying to block it. She doesn't like that's the defensive wound.
Yep.
Okay. So you're pretty. It looks like, from what you're guessing, what you're seeing, and like you've seen enough like battle wounds and everything. It looks like she may have been taken by surprise. Like she still has the shock look on her face.
Okay. Roz's tail is twitching like mad right now. He is really getting angry, but with very intentional gentleness. He takes her body and he continues to keep it covered. He doesn't want people to, but he's going to roll it over and scoop it up.
That's going to bring up a reaction from them.
He
and
does not care. He does not care.
They're all going to surge forward.
That's fine. He picks up their body and he's going to walk towards them. He's not trying to get her away. He's walking toward them.
All right. You walking towards them, you do realize they all have like hands on weapons.
He
And
does
so
not
do
care.
some of the caravan guards.
He does not care.
Okay.
He walks up with this tiny body in his grasp. And, I mean, his teeth are showing. His ears are back. His tail is twitching. And he says, as he kind of presents this body, Roz will find out who has done this to this little one. And when he does, he looks at each one of them, whoever's got hands on weapons, you will need to be a master of that weapon. And as he looks at each one of them, he's going to kind of look past them and into the eyes of the leader. And then he's going to kind of hold the body forward to give it to him.
So the leader looks at you and smirks at you. And then he'll nod to like two of the other ones and then turn away. And two of the other ones will like come over and like grab the body with a little bit of reverence. And like, but like, give me, like, take her away from you type of, but they're trying to be gentle. They're not just, and they will basically go back to their camp. The one guy though, he's like, yeah, you find him And when you do, I expect you to like exact justice on that long-haired elf.
Yes, when Raz finds out who it is for a certain, you may no longer have a employer. And with that, he's going to spin, tail twitching ears back, and walk away.
He's like he looks absolutely confused by what you're saying. Jinya Songbird Jamna's standing next to me. She's, ooh, I hope he never finds out. Feel bad for them. And she'll like kind of chuckle and walk away.
And he's walking right through everybody. If they don't part, he's knocking them down. Whatever. He doesn't care. He is as mad as you've ever seen Roz.
Okay.
Songbird's just gonna stand right next to Junior and be like, "Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near him."
No, I think that's wise. We'll give him a minute, but we should probably go let Vero know that he's been accused of murder.
Oh yeah, before some people start heading for the tent and be like, "Hey, we need to talk." Yep. Nah. Let's go.
Even though, like, all he would say is, "I've been in the tent." Like, there's literally no way that anyone who has
Right?
ever actually talked to Vero would believe
Yeah, I don't.
that
I
he
don't
would
get it.
murder someone. He's very anti-murder, so
The most he would murder is a tea leaf.
So as Roz walks away and you guys are like, we should go tell her, Karen is like, she's still arguing with some of the cultists, and she will tell them, what do you want us to do? You don't have a witness. What are we supposed to do? And you'll hear a similar, like, gnome voice shout, like, what's the motive? Were they trying to rob you? And you'll hear, like, some shouting going back and forth. And she says, well, is anything missing? And that causes, like, a moment of pause. And Gemna, some of the merchants, even the people, the one that's been accused of being a red wizard, even he'll show up and basically start talking to the cultists and shaking his head quietly. So you'll see him like interacting as well. And eventually the consensus will be that without a witness, this is going to go on the list of unsolved. And if they're not willing to let you resurrect, then we don't know who it was. So we're into Waterdeep. If they want to file a complaint there, they can file a complaint. But we just have like a few more days to get there, and let's like make it in peace, please.
Well, that was the plan.
Eventually, people. Well, no, it wasn't specifically to you. She's talking in general to everyone. Most of the merchants, most of the caravan people, even some of the people you don't like get along with fondly, don't believe that Vero, of all people, murdered anybody. Like most people think he just knows how to drink tea.
Perfect.
So a lot of the normal people don't think that. The Chet's people, the cultists, and all of them, they all are blaming him.
And they would.
All right. So Jinya, you go back to the Jinya and Songbird, you eventually go back to the tent to let Vero know what's going on.
yeah. And I'm gonna tell him he kind of needs to
Oh, Vero, can you get rid of that guy?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jinya.
Vera, you really need to be careful because when there's no resolution to these sorts of things, they kind of have a habit of getting resolved in other ways, kind of like retrieving my staff, and nobody can say anything because nobody saw anything. So please be careful. try not to go anywhere alone. And I'm gonna
Nobody
kind of
can
get on
actually.
the same level as Elios and be like, and can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Keep an eye on him. Like, kind of look out for him, because I just don't want anybody sneaking up on him to get revenge for something that we all know that he could not possibly have done.
People don't
I-
actually believe that I could kill someone. I don't kill people.
We tried to tell them, but they didn't listen. For some reason, they have it in their head that you killed this girl.
Gemna's
I've never-
Gemna's actually here with you. It's like she followed you guys to the tent and just casually walked in with you.
I
She's
never
like,
even talked to that.
she's like, what do you mean he doesn't kill people? You don't kill people?
No,
Why not?
I just don't kill people. It's not part of what I do.
Oh.
And definitely not with a sharp object.
Yeah, his hands are lethal enough. It'll knock you out like crazy.
Oh.
He just doesn't purposely
That's not
kill
lethal by definition. That's not lethal.
We know.
anybody.
Don't try to put any ideas in the DM's head.
Don't be walking around trying to describe my hands as lethal after someone just accused me of killing someone.
so she's like, oh, that's strange. Yeah, no. Sometimes you just have to. And she'll like pat her sword at her hip.
Is it a short sword? No.
Is there anything
It
odd about
is.
the sword? Does it look like maybe it's recently been used to murder someone?
No.
It's a short sword. There's a space in there because it's a normal sword, but small because she's a gnome.
Yeah,
Which
she's
is
a
different
gnome.
than a short sword.
But it is technically a short sword. But for her, it's a long sword.
I usually use my hands to deal with combatants or fighting.
And you
I
never
don't
kill
stab
anybody by
people.
accident? I mean,
have
sometimes
not killed
these-
anyone.
Sometimes these things just happen. Why do they think you did it?
I have no idea. That lady was following me for a while, apparently.
Oh, did you get tired of her following you? Sometimes I get tired of people following me.
I've never talked to her. They made me wear a cloak and hide myself.
Why?
You
Hmm.
literally get hands in air, like, I don't know.
Well, now you don't have to wear a cloak and hide yourself anymore.
We sort of let him off that whole wearing a cloak and hiding himself after the attempt on our life during breakfast.
Oh.
Because obviously we've all been recognized, so there's no point in him trying to hide himself.
Well, from what I've heard, they're not the brightest. I just don't understand why she had a thing for this one.
That would probably have to deal since he actually fought the blue one? Cyan. The one we told you about.
Oh. Was she there?
I have no idea, but apparently she had recognized, brought him up and everything, and the only way to distinct him was the one fight.
Which I did. To clarify, I lost and I did technically die. Almost died. It was very close to death.
Hmm. So you didn't even have a good showing.
I mean, it didn't happen quickly, but I mean, he had a very large sword and I was using my hands. I don't know what to tell you.
You should get a sword.
I don't use swords.
That's probably why you lost. Well,
No, I don't think so. No. You know, you learn from every fight that you take.
yes. Strike hard, strike fast, strike first.
I did do that. I still lost.
Oh, well then. But you could. You should punch. You punched. You should stab.
We've learned a lot of information from the fact that I don't kill people, also.
That's fair, I guess. Well, that's been an adventuring night. Hopefully, we'll spend the next nights in a couple of inns.
That would be nice.
I'm gonna look at Ginny and go, so is Roz gonna arrest me?
Roz is trying to convince everyone, as are we, and a good half of the caravan, that it was not you.
Though I think they've kind of, most of the caravan, except for our special little boys, are on our side. You didn't do it.
And since there's no witnesses and nobody can say for sure who it was or wasn't, I feel like Karen's
It
going to go
is
with
what
the
it is.
whole, if there's no proof, then we can't do anything.
Do you think that they're actually gonna come after me?
I don't think in a legal capacity they will come after you, but I do think that the people who actually believe it was you may try to get revenge when no one is looking, which is why I want you to keep an eye out, and I want Elios to keep an eye out for you too.
I'm gonna go climb on his back.
Wait, did you just say you're gonna climb on his back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on his back now.
Like piggyback or like sitting on his shoulders?
Piggyback.
Okay. This is not helping. Alright. Eventually there is some noises and voices outside the tent. Excuse me. Can we come in? It's Karen.
Come on in.
Would
She'll,
you
Come
like
join the
some
party.
tea?
she'll duck her head in. I mean, she's short, so she doesn't really have to duck far, but you'll see as she comes through the flap, there are some guards outside. So I'm sure they've told you by now. She's talking to
Yes.
you, Vera. She'll look you dead in the eye and she says, I already have my thoughts on it, but I need to hear it from you. Did you kill the young girl?
I don't kill people.
And you need a yes or a no.
No, I don't kill people.
I didn't think so. I don't know why one of them really has it in his head, but it is what it is. There's nothing we can do. Most of the caravan merchants agree that without a witness, we can't arrest you or hold you. And if you are the killer, the gods will punish you. Or whoever the killer was.
But I don't kill people.
Yes, you said that part, and I believe you.
I think it's a very important part.
Yes, that's... If I didn't believe you, I might be ordering you restraint. But I don't even think I've ever seen you carry a sword.
I don't.
Yeah. So, unless all of a sudden unless you're really good at concealing your weapons, you've been with us for 2 months and I've never seen you lift a blade in several combats. So I don't understand why they thought it was you.
Shrug shoulders again, just
But your deeds have not gone unnoticed, along with the rest of you, so many of the merchants spoke up for you. We don't think that it's fair that they try to hold you, but I would watch your back. With that, she'll turn, look at Elios, look at Jenya, give you all a nod. Songbird, she'll kind of like look at you for a minute, and then like look at all of you as a group, shrug a little, and like head out the tent. Now, where's that cat? You hear as she leaves the tent.
The approach with caution.
What?
Approach cat with caution.
Yeah, well, I gotta find him first, and then you'll hear her like stomp off. Mind you, this is all happening late at night. Roz, do me a favor. Roll me a d20. Don't roll a 20. You're muted.
Open or
You can roll it open. Oh, thank God.
that's about
I
as
mean-
far away as you can get, buddy.
Thank God. All right. So,
As we shall receive.
what do you guys? You guys are in the tent. Are you doing anything, or just eventually going back to your normal?
Elliot, I mean, Vero's just confused on why they think I killed someone. And
Well,
I
they
guess
wanted
it's
a
just gonna go.
scapegoat. They wanted a scapegoat. They've always had you as a target, so
I'm not a
you're the
goat.
target. Figure of speech.
Ginya's gonna roll her eyes and kind of walk out of the tent and go find the brothers and sort of explain the situation and say, we're keeping an extra eye out just in case anyone who thinks it was Vero wants to exact revenge, and not knowing how vicious they might be. I don't want the brothers to be in danger as well if they should try to stop someone from doing it. I just want them to be extra cautious and aware of their surroundings and anyone coming near our carts and stuff.
Well, we thank you for your concern, and we will do our best to help if needed. The other brother will shake his head, like nodding, silly.
Just make sure that you keep yourselves out of harm's way first. I mean, we all can sort of take care of ourselves, but we're supposed to be taking care of you. I just want you guys to just be aware of the surroundings and what's going on.
We will. We appreciate it. And you have been probably our best guards that we've ever hired, so we do appreciate the both of you.
And Ginya's just going to smile at him and then turn and go back to the tent and see what the circus is in there.
Vero's still like, why would they think I kill people? Elos is like, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm talking to Elios over my shoulder as he's sitting on my back.
I'm adjusting to my new life as a scarf.
Ginya's going to make some tea for the both of them because they look like they both need it.
Songbird, you're still in the tent too, I guess. Unless you left.
No, I was actually about to leave though,
Oh, okay.
because it's tea time for them, and she's trying to explain to Vero, and Vero's still wondering. Is like he's always been the target, and it's like you're always going to be the target because that she recognized you. She told her leader.
But I never talked to her. I've never done anything to her.
No, but she recognized you, remember?
I don't know. I still don't know who she is. I don't know why she would recognize me. I don't know her. I've never seen her before.
Fair. But you don't have to actually directly know. They were targeting you to begin with. So she recognized you from Grinnis, and that was it. But with that, I'm going to go try to get some rest. We were closing up when all this started, and I need to see what Bade is doing and see if he has anything I need to quash.
To quash?
Yeah, if he has any reservations about Rio, I'm going to quash that thought right away.
Oh. Why would Bade? Bade is gonna take whatever side Jenny is on. You know that.
Yeah, so I gotta go find out what side he's on. And see if
Genius.
he asks.
No, he
When?
thinks it's ridiculous. You get the feeling that like the cultists haven't endeared themselves to anybody in the caravan. So it was pretty much them versus the entire caravan. So nobody,
Except for the Chet boys.
well, except for the Chet boys, but the Chet boys, it's because they don't like Roz. So whatever Roz says, they want to go against on the opposite. All right. So, you guys basically return to your respective beds because they're not your homes, and eventually we'll all drift off into some kind of sleep, restless or not. I don't know. Elios, you adapt to your new life as a scarf. Vero, you adapt to your new scarf.
It's just added. I just increased the difficulty level of meditating, so it's fine.
Oh,
Another
yeah.
challenge.
I just imagine Elios like getting bored and just like throwing his arm over. So you go through all your stuff, and eventually, you will ride out the next morning. There is a quiet to the next morning. Yeah, that's fine. So there's a quiet the next morning. There is people kind of come by asking if anybody has seen the cat. The caravan rolls out. They no sign of the cat the entire day. Like nobody has seen him. Eventually, they will ask they'll ask each of you, have you seen him? If you because he does interact with everybody, so they'll ask a lot of the drivers, has anybody heard from the cat? Has anybody seen the cat? He seems to have disappeared.
Well, I would think if he's disappeared, it's because he doesn't want to be found. I'm sure he's around here somewhere, keeping an eye on everything. But my guess is, if he doesn't want to talk to us, he's not going to allow himself to be found. Did you need something specific?
Well, I mean, he usually scouts the area. We see him around, a bit of security, and then all of a sudden today, nothing. I mean, it's just odd behavior. 2 months. He gave reports and did things without being asked, and then at the end of the trip, he just disappears. Maybe he's already considers he's done. I mean,
Or maybe he was shocked by what we witnessed yesterday, and he just needs some time to process.
are you sure maybe he has fallen victim himself? The gnome says
How
that.
likely do you think that is?
I don't know. He still seems kind of young.
Really quick, is that conversation happening at her cart?
Yes,
Okay, making sure.
because you guys are moving along.
Okay.
So, well, I mean, it was good having him along, but I guess we'll never know. We should
Well,
make Waterdeep by night.
I'm sure we'll find out. Don't worry.
You guys will travel the rest of the day. And towards the evening, you do see just down the road, you're going to push past into the dark, into the nighttime, because you have arrived at Waterdeep's Southern Gate. I don't remember what the Southern Gate is called. I'm not looking it up because it's going to freeze my computer.
Was I, by any chance, notice that I was being watched by any of the cultists during that last stretch of the...
You can roll a perception check.
I can certainly try. Where'd my mouse go? There it is.
One of them is adamant. Like, not adamant. One of them is definitely, you notice him looking at you, glancing at you, and every time he looks in your direction, it's daggers. The rest of them seem to be going about their business.
I just Couldn't go long without having someone shooting daggers at me with their eyes. Jesus.
At least it's not short swords.
Not yet.
You never know.
Troublemaker.
So, you arrive at Waterdeep's gate,
Don't you start.
and it is like break time, so we're gonna take a break, and then we'll pick up in the city for the evening to see what you all do.
Okey-dokey.
Try not to get stabbed.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Good plan.
I've done nothing but actively try to stay out of trouble. Some certain people who are calling me a troublemaker who constantly find it. It comes and finds me, and I'm the troublemaker.
Right?
Well, sometimes when you actively try to prevent something, it happens.
All right. Oh, wait, we should actually go to break. So, chat, we'll be back in a few minutes. I forgot to hit the button. All right.
Whee!
I need to center this up. I don't know why this is still working the old way. No, no. Is it shift?
No, that's not it.
I haven't had to do it in so long, I kind of forgot how to remove mask. There we go. Yay. Welcome to Waterdeep, folks.
Hmm.
Alright. So,
And we leveled up, right?
now. Why would you think that?
We hit a
we
big
made it
checkpoint.
Waterdeep and we're still alive.
You hit a checkpoint?
Yeah, that's how it works, right? We hit checkpoints, we level up because we didn't die.
Oh, I just gave you experience.
The night's still young. We can
I-
still die.
Yeah, I still got a lot. You're in my city now. What's up, BT?
That sounds ominous,
Hmm.
right?
It's
don't
like,
think you're the
geez,
Lord.
okay.
So anyway, all right. So after a day's travel, you guys cross over the Desert River, head north a little bit, and roll into Waterdeep. It is nighttime. It is, but the city is still alive as hustle bustle. Now it's not late at night. You rolled in just after sunset. Normally you guys would have been looking for camps at this time. The timing works out well enough that you push past your break, you push past evening rest, you roll into the city tired and weary and covered with road dust. But you were welcomed by the guards. You pass through the southern gate, which is a large gatehouse. Beyond the first gatehouse is a large open courtyard. And you notice that many of the wagons will start, not a courtyard, but like a fields. Like there's fields within the walls. And a lot of the wagons will actually start pulling off in this section of fields and start settling up. So people are getting off their wagons, stretching their legs. They're hiring porters to begin unloading the wagons. There's several little like staging huts, or not huts, but like small mini warehouses, and things are being unloaded. Karen will come over to some of you and, thank you for your service, or basically everybody's settling up. So your people go to pay you and Vero and thank you for like the trip. They hug, the younger one hugs Vero, hugs Jinya because, you actually took the time to learn how to speak to him. Most people don't pay too much attention to Elios. You're asked again, have you seen the cat? I know he wasn't hired on, but we have something for him, for being a good scout. Songbird, Bade will pay you your wages for the trip and give you your cut, so everybody will get what they were promised for working. Okay, and you're actually, by several of you were told, like, if you ever want to hire on again, we're here for you. While this is going on, you notice that the cult wagons, when it is their turn, they don't park, they don't unload, they continue through the inner gate, and they are slowed and warned because they will be traveling north through the city on the high road, and they mind the traffic rules and stuff like that, but they will continue on their wagons into the city.
Vera, do you remember what the brothers were going to pay us? Like, we were basically trading for learning sign language, weren't we?
Well, there was payment. I just can't remember what it was. I know it was better than ended up being better than Songbirds. That's all I remember, is because she negotiated and then we got offered more and she was like, "What?"
Well, as I'm hugging the brothers, I'm gonna slip the money that they paid us into their pockets.
I'm gonna slide a hand check. Are you proficient in slipping into pockets?
Pretty sure I'm not, but
I didn't think so.
we're gonna give it a shot.
Yeah. So that becomes an awkward situation where you're like, no, no, take it. And they're like, no, you earned it. And you keep pushing back and forth. How persistent are you going to be, Jania?
I'm not gonna take their money because realistically, we kind of put them in danger by traveling with them. They don't. Well, they sort of know it. I'm sure they're aware because they're not dumb. But
Roll me a persuasion check.
On a side note, it was 7 gold per week plus language lessons.
Thank you. This is a good thing about people taking notes. So,
I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but I couldn't find it.
I'm sure you
all
all
of my
did.
notes got moved.
I have it. I'm just not going to look for it. So, Jinya,
Anyway,
it becomes one of those situations where you ever been yelled at by somebody who does sign language?
no, I have not, but I can imagine it.
Yeah, that's what's happening to you right now. More from the younger brother, the one that doesn't speak at all. And the older one is chuckling. He's laughing because he's getting so adamant. He's like, and he's trying to translate. He's like, slow down, you're going too fast. And he's basically telling you, you earned it. We're happy to pay it. It's not hurting us, and we would really like you to take it. You earned it. I understand there are things, but you've saved us on the road for so many times, and everything turned out for the best. Please take it. That's what they're really trying to convince you to take the money. And then it's starting to wonder if it would be easier to just hand it to Vero.
Probably, yeah.
So, but you're like no amount of convincing, like, that's why we roll to see like if they're gonna give in to you, and they're standing firm that you earned the money and you should take it.
All right, I'll take it, but I will figure out a way somehow to either help others with it or somehow sneak it back to them.
When you're leaving, you could toss it into their cart. That would probably be easier.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But yeah. Okay. So you're gonna return the money to them. Vero's like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, and Vero,
Do you
it was
know how much
Vermouth
tea we
that
could
was
buy?
upset, not Songbird.
Oh, was it vermouth? Okay.
It was Vermouth because Songbird was making more than you guys. Vermouth was the one that had a hissy fit.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that was because that guy was a turd.
Yep. So Roz, yes, it's been no, it's been one night, one day. Okay, I want to make sure because got to keep the order. So it's been one night, one day. Because they're arriving at night. So, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Oh, so what are you guys doing?
Well,
there's constant question. Go ahead.
I'm sure we all will have noticed that the people we are tracking are continuing on through town.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to I'm going to very politely take my leave of the brothers and the rest of the caravan and sort of like follow to keep an eye on where the wagons are going, because I'm assuming they're not going to be able to go through town super fast on the wagons because there's going to be lots of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think I would be able to easily keep up with them at a distance that hopefully they won't notice that I am somewhat following them.
Okay. All right, so you're gonna take off to run after them. What are the rest of you doing?
Well,
Saying one last goodbye and pursuing Alice as well. I don't think running is the appropriate term, but
no.
Right, scurrying. All right, so you and Ginia and Elios already made your goodbyes. Songbird, Bade gives you your cut. He gives you a little bit extra, so he gives you like 5% on top of that for your tips that you missed. Um, he says shame about your friend, but if you're ever traveling the roads again, you can. I always have work, unless I have somebody already, and then you could just ride with everybody else.
Thanks.
And he told Nunya that she will always find a place in my heart. And she knows where to find me.
I'll be sure. Do you have a specific place you like to haunt here?
I heard there's a new inn that I might check out. It's been all the hubbub.
Well, we see each other again. Give us an update.
I will. And if you find you want to come hang out, well, don't bring Ginia, but if you want to come hang out, I'll be at the prow.
The Prow? Is that new one?
Yeah, the ship's prow. Well, it's been around for a while, but I heard it's under new management.
Oh, nice. Okay. Songbird's gonna look around since the wagons are still separate and everything. Does she see that I almost said Virginia. Oh.
Virginia.
Vero
Yes, Virginia.
and Ginia. Yes. That's basically how it is. Vero and Ginia. Virginia. Damn it.
Oh my god, Vero, we've been shipped.
seems that way. Seems that way.
Damn it. Have they left their carts?
Yes, they look like they're hurrying into the city, and they will, I guess, look back for you, or like, hurry up, come on.
Oh, Songbird's a little hesitant because we're still short one person, but knowing that Roz does tend to find us. But the issue is considering how we last saw him. Songbird's a little hesitant, but also knows we have kind of a mission to do. And considering it's also Waterdeep and there's a crazy amount of people, I'm not losing them.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, so carrying on.
All right, so the four of you enter the city. You are trying to follow them without being seen. The City of Splendors is probably the largest city you've ever been to. You've been in some magnificent elven cities, but elven cities try to blend with nature. Like, they basically shape nature into their houses and their structures. Waterdeep is the complete opposite of that. It is, they have flattened the land and built everything they can. The city is dominated by a large mountain to the seaside. Waterdeep is obviously a harbor city. So as you enter the city, you're kind of coming in and going this way towards the west. The harbor is to the left of you, and you can see the towering, like, triple mast ships. You can see the battlements that ride out into the water. You can smell the ocean. It's quite, and then off in the distance in the west, you can see the sun has set, but the lingering light in the sky still shines off the water, and it's just the buildings. Some of the buildings here are like 5 stories tall. The mountain at one point basically rising above all the city, you could see Castle Waterdeep, which is a grand multi-spired castle that looks out over the entire city. And as you look through the city, it seems to go on forever. It is nighttime in the city, so there are lamps lit along the streets, lights in the windows of almost every window you can see, and there are people milling about. Like, it is still very much active. You will notice there are carriages, so there's like the two-wheel horse-drawn carriages, but there's also draft horses pulling these huge double-decker vehicles where people are sitting on top looking out at the city, and then there's people sitting beneath them, like double-decker buses, but being pulled by draft horses. And this is going back and forth on the street you're on. It just so happens that your wagons will fall into line on this street. It is called the High Road, and High Road goes from the South Gate to the North Gate. It will cut through the entire city. Are you guys trying to be stealthy and blend in, I'm guessing?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
definitely don't
this
want to
is-
draw attention to ourselves.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So roll me some stealth checks. You can roll them with advantage. Virginia, roll again. Oh, never
No, 'cause
mind.
I've got
You
that
had the armor. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. With advantage, two of you roll twos.
Oh, yeah.
What?
I bet it was me.
Please
You are
tell me that was the low one.
no, that was your total. You rolled a 2. So yeah, Elios, Songbird, you two are just looking around like, wow. There's just so
That
much
makes sense.
going on.
Elliot's never been in a city before, so this makes sense for him.
Yeah. So you're
He's
just
got
like,
a vantage point, though. He's, piggybacking.
yeah, that doesn't make it any better. Okay. Like I tend to notice people when they have a small person attached to their back.
Don't look suspicious. Don't look suspicious.
Yeah. So you all are like just looking around and occasionally, sidestepping a carriage that comes rolling by. People are walking around you like, hey, look out. And you're just like your senses are assaulted by the myriad of different aromas and scents that are going like through your nostrils.
Some pleasant, some not.
Some pleasant, some not. More not than pleasant.
Oh.
But because of that, you are occasionally, like, you will see some of the caravan people like driving along slowly because they're stuck behind these buses that make frequent stops. Every now and then they'll stop and kind of look around. They'll look at you, and then notice Vero with his new hunch, and they'll kind of like look and then shrug it off. The one who like really, really hates Vero hasn't noticed him yet. You haven't seen him either. The trip through the city takes quite a while. It is definitely evening time. The lamplighters have gone around and lit up all the lamps by now. It is dark, but the city is lit from within, and you will reach the North Gate. At this point, the wagons will start to split off. Not split off, but like basically park. And there is another area here beyond the North Gate. There is another like staging area. This is like the northern staging area, and they will park their wagons and begin to like mill about, like stretching their legs. Like this is where they seem that this is where their journey is gonna end. What you guys doing?
Well, we should probably think about procuring a wagon if we're going to be following them and they are going to be in wagons on the road.
Would following them via wagon be too much of attention drawer?
Well, I guess that depends if there is a caravan that goes the same way they are, and with us just joining in on the caravan.
So
I would think we would want to not join in on a caravan that they're in on because they already know who we are.
Mm-hmm.
I would say we would probably want to follow a little further behind and keep some distance, but
Well, this is where we kind of need Roz, but Roz is not around. He hasn't been seen in a while. Did everybody... blah, 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 blah. Rewind. Were people asking you where he was?
yep, they were.
Well, I know that usually when he goes off in those situations, letting him go to calm down and everything, okay, fine. But I'm kind of a little worried since we're already at the point of being at the North Gate, and he hasn't been seen yet.
And we really have no idea of where to look for him. So if we go looking for him, the chances of us losing the caravan that we're supposed to be following are fairly high.
Mm-hmm.
Vera's just looking around on rooftops while they're talking.
Oh, also,
wait,
considering
whoa,
the
say
fact-
that again. You're
Vera's looking up at the rooftops while they're talking.
I heard Vero's looking around from rooftops. I was like, wait, you climbed
No,
a
I'm
building?
not climbing. No.
Okay.
Also, oh my goodness, boogers, got that way you're supposed to be in bed. Go on. Also, considering the fact they kind of already know who we are and everything like that, well, particularly with Vero, do we drop the... Like, do we get your hair back? Kind of miss you.
I mean, it's hair. It will eventually grow. It was cut with scissors, not magic. It's not like if we can just magic it back.
Oh, I thought it was done by magic. Okay.
No, it was done with scissors.
Are you...
She made a
dyeing it
commitment.
some different color?
I mean, it was dyed, yes. Otherwise, we would have had to have had somebody who was able to cast that spell probably multiple times a day in order to keep up.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you going to stop dyeing it? Like, with Roz's fur, he has to every so often reapply to stay a black kitty cat.
I mean, once it grows out, it'll be the way it was, but it's going to take a little while.
Do we have any way to communicate over distances?
Do you?
No, I'm asking the party. I'm not asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Yelling.
you.
It sounded like a DM question. I was like, I don't know,
I
do you?
tried to do
No,
the
it's-
small child voices. I'm not very good
Yeah.
at it.
Sorry.
You did very well. DM's just all up in your business.
I'm supposed to be in your business.
I don't believe we have any. I don't have any of Ramoth's paper birds on me. Did she leave any with anyone?
Not that I'm aware of. Not for me.
I didn't think so.
I don't think she did.
Did
If-
Ross return the one that she gave him?
Didn't he use the one she gave him? It's only a one-use thing. That's why she
Yeah,
made
but I don't
multiple.
remember if he used it or not.
I don't think he did because he was up on the roof.
Yeah, he never told us. Because he was used to say, you know, if he needed assistance or anything, he just showed up on the roof. Cat on a hot tin roof. It looks like anything I can do verbally would actually just make your ears bleed.
I would prefer that not to happen.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely.
So
not-
would I.
Please don't make my ear holes bleed.
Yeah, I don't see any paper birds.
I didn't think so, but I figured I would check because
That would have been good. It would have been very handy.
Yep.
indeed.
If we could figure out a way to communicate over long distances, I think that potentially I could hide myself amongst them, maybe.
I'm so sorry. I got distracted by a halfling. Can you repeat that? Not halfling.
If we could communicate over distance, then I think that I could potentially hide myself among them, seeing as they don't quite know me.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how I feel about that.
It would help us keep track of where they are and where they go.
We'll have to see, but I'm not a big fan about you just kind of going off with them. I mean, technically... Well, right now, I don't think... DM, do we remember if there were kobolds with him?
Nope.
Mm.
There are no kobolds with them.
There were no kobolds with him. Okay, so then what I was about to say, I'm going to not say. I mean, it was fitting when they were at the caves and everything like that, but they weren't traveling with any, so then it's not gonna work.
It's kind of a moot point. You don't have a way to communicate over long distances, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Gemna's with all of you. I forgot to mention that she, like, basically just followed all of you.
Oh, she's adopted us.
It seems so. She's like, listen, we need to know where they're going, and you're like my best lead. So, here we are. So, what's the plan? Looks like they're getting rooms for the night. Maybe we should do the same thing.
Do you have a way to communicate over long distance?
I could yell.
No, I mean like long distance.
Do I look like a wizard to you? Not all gnomes are wizards.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know who. I've never met a wizard. Can wizards do that?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Some druids, too. Are you a druid?
No.
Neither am I. I guess we're back at the beginning.
Well, now that we've got that cleared up,
Mm-hmm.
so yes, it does look like that they are getting rooms for the night, as you say, and we should probably get some rest, but we are going to need to figure out how we plan on traveling when they hit the road tomorrow.
Oh. Wait. Are they hitting the road? Do we know?
We don't know that for sure, but I would certainly think that it would be wise to have a way to travel if they are indeed traveling as soon as they
Mhm.
are ready to, instead of waiting until we're sure that they're leaving.
Yep.
All right. I mean,
So, do you have any contacts in the city that could get us a wagon or horses or anything?
I could ask one of my friends. She might know something.
That would be very helpful.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. I
Well,
mean, I could find out if there's anything going on, but you keep an eye on them. I'll be back in the morning.
Okay.
what are we gonna do about keeping an eye on them? Are we renting the same rooms? That would kind of be just
I mean,
way too much.
realistically, we could take shifts um, staying out here by the wagons, because if they're leaving, they're going to take the wagons that are here. Doesn't matter where they're sleeping, their wagons are right here.
Actually, there's more of them now.
Oh boy. Well, we're gonna have to find something. Either that or get a room that's nearby that see if we can convince them to give us a room that faces faces the wagons. If we can even see anything nearby.
Would there be any reason why
I.e.
we
DM,
wouldn't
is
be able to
there
just hang out here?
In the street?
I mean, didn't you say there was a staging area?
Yeah, I mean, but it's not like they're pitching tents. They just park the It's like a parking lot. They park the wagons, and there's taverns and inns like all around the area that you can go into. They've done that. Like they parked
Yeah,
the
like I say,
wagons, left a guard, and then the rest of them have like stretched, pushed out the back. And they head like they point, and a group of them just head into the tavern. You can hear the music, you can smell the booze.
yeah, so if we can find one with a room that faces this area, we can still take turns keeping an eye, and that way we're all in one location. And so when they're ready to ride, we can easily say, "Get up, let's go." And again, if we do that, maybe, just maybe, Roz would find us easy.
In a tavern that he has no idea where we're at? Rather than
Or,
one of us being out in the open and taking turns out here. Like, we can get a room. I'm just saying it makes more sense because we don't know if the room at whatever tavern that we might end up at would face the road.
well, that's the thing. We got to find one that will face where their staging area is. Hopefully, there is one. But I would go with one that actually face the area, because I'm sure they probably have one for people that have their wagons there to see their wagons. Or I could be assuming too much, but that was out of character. Forget.
Well, how about you guys go look for a tavern that faces the road, and I'll stay here and keep an eye, because while y'all are looking for a tavern, nobody's going to be able to watch the wagons.
Y'all give me a second. My halfling just gave me her tooth.
Yay.
Was it falling out, or did she just run into like a dresser?
She's Lady M's halfling. It's a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, she inherited the clumsy trait, I'm guessing.
Given the not the oh my god, no oh my god response,
Yeah, that's
um,
true. I didn't hear
in
screaming in the
panic, I would
background.
say
Yeah.
it was a loose tooth that just came out.
Ooh. Okay. So well, Songbird, Vero, Elios, you three are going to go look for a place to stay, huh?
I guess. I mean,
That was just the plan.
does
You
it
want to
look
wait
like
for?
there's any? I mean, other than the inn that they're using, is there any other inns at this area that looks like
Yeah,
a?
that's so. Um. All right. So you play in Waterdeep. Think about where the Prow is. How there's like other inns and taverns like just across the road.
Yeah.
This is kind of like a section like that, but it's a wider area with like warehouses, and the wagons are parked in like, um, not a full warehouse, but just like the roof with posts.
Mm-hmm.
They're parked like certain wagons are parked under there.
Is there only one way out of where they parked in?
Yeah, they're corralled off. They're gated off, but it's just the post.
Okay. Is there like a? Did they go to one next door or like one across the street?
From where the wagons are?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like across the road, across the way. It's not right on top of it.
Is there one that's across the street that's closer to the?
To the wagons?
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't have drinking there though. It's just like a boarding house.
I don't drink. What do I care?
That's probably why they didn't go there though.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, I guess that one looks good. It's a place to sleep,
Okay.
and I guess we could head to that one to see if they have a window that looks out into the street.
All right. So you head into this place. Basically, there's a small little lounge area with some chairs and a sofa, and there is a gentleman who is sitting down. He is having a smoke. When you walk in, he sees you come in. He's like, "Oh!" He puts down his pipe and runs over to a little lectern type table. He's like, "Good evening. Rooms
Yeah, if we could. Do
for
you have
you
a
and your
room
son?"
that's
He's not a
do
leper,
you
is
have a?
he? Why is he covered up like that? He's not diseased. Is he plague?
No, he's shy.
Oh, oh, poor little fella. You
Do
sure
you
he's
have a? What? Do you have a room that faces out that has a window to the street?
to the street? Yes. All of our rooms have
Could I get a?
windows. Well, except for the bathrooms.
Okay, could we get a room that has a view out to the road?
I can make arrangements for that. Yes. It will just uh one bed, two.
Two beds?
Yes, I can make those accommodations. How long will you be staying?
At the moment, I think just tonight.
Okay. Well, we run a special if you're staying for 3 days.
I don't believe we'll be here that long, so I think just tonight will be
You sure? Buy two, get one
good.
free.
Just the one's fine. Thank you.
Very well. Well, it'll be 2 silver per person. I mean, since you're the father, and I guess it will be just 4 silver for you.
Okay. All right. Then do we pay when we check out, or do I pay up front?
Up front, please. A lot of travelers
Alright.
come through here. You could be gone in the morning.
Fair. Um, I will. There's. Jesus, you're gonna make me do math. 'Cause my brain went 5, and I'm like, do I pay for 5 for? I mean, that would make a gold would make the math simpler. I'll just give him a gold.
Yeah, for one room?
There's at least 2 more people that will be joining in.
Oh. The mother and a daughter?
Sister.
Oh, sister. Oh. Perhaps you would like a sweet.
Yes.
You're not there. Oh wait, you might be
No, wait
there
a minute.
because you were gone and he went inside. You might be there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I still heard everything, even though I was taking care of that. I was like, if I recall, I was said to have gone with them. So, um, yeah, it's like case a sweet would be good. Enough to feed
Excellent.
us all.
He'll pocket, not pocket, but he'll place the gold coin in like a little drawer. He says, "I will take you up myself." So he'll lead you up to the 3rd floor. He'll head down. There's like a little corridor, and there's 4 little doors. Staircase continues upstairs, and he says, "You wanted a view of the street, correct?"
Correct.
He'll take you, turn, and open the door for you. Inside is a small little suite. There's a screen blocking a bath, and then there's just like a little curtain partition with a bed behind it, and then there's a little sofa type bed. Not a sofa bed, but like a sofa that's big enough to sleep on. And it's a double bed. He says, "I hope you appreciate the accommodations. It's not fancy at all. It's run. It looks run down. There's stains on the couch. The curtain has got like a sag in the line. The water is cold." I hope this will suffice.
Yep. Looks great.
Excellent. He'll just kind of stand there for a minute, doing this.
I look at Songbird, who requested the suite, and
Yeah. Um, what's typical, copper or silver?
Coppers. Like somebody could live off of gold for a month. Like poor people could live off of gold for a month.
Okay, how many copper to a silver?
How many? It's increments
10,
of
10,
tens,
yeah.
except for electrum
Increments of
pieces, which are weird, and you don't have any.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like, okay, I'm gonna knock off 1 silver.
You hand him a silver. That's a good tip.
Yeah, I hand him yes. That way I don't have to keep tipping. It's like, I'll just give you 1.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. If there's anything you need, I'll be. You can come send someone downstairs. Thank you. And he'll like turn and close the door and walk down the stairs. You're
All
in your.
right. Well, now that we have a place, we can get Jinya. I guess if you want to watch the wagon area, I go get her.
I'll pull a chair up or something by the window.
All right. So you look out the window and you can actually see the street in front of this place, and just off to the side, you can make out part of the wagon area.
Is it the part of the wagon area that has the wagons we need?
To best see
watch?
to best see the wagon area.
Yeah,
That. What he said.
to best see it.
Yeah, like I mean, if I have to angle myself more at the window, like from
Yeah,
one side to the other, to yeah.
Right. Yeah, because think about it as like this place is facing the street. The wagon area is off. It's like a parking lot off the street, so you can see it. The angle is good enough that you could see like the front half of it. They would have to break the gates to get out. So yes, you can see it.
I would see them leaving. Okay.
Yes,
perfect.
and
That's
you could
very
also
good,
see
yeah.
Jinya standing in the street with Jamna. So
Okay.
she's like, no, Jamna left. I'm sorry, Jamna left.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Having a brain moment. Senior moments. They suck.
No. All right. So Sunward's gonna go and retrieve Jinya.
Okay. Jinya, while you're standing there in the street while these 3 went to get the room, you're standing in the street looking, and you could see across the street there are you could see the cultists. They seem to just be drinking, partying it up. You know, you can see them in the windows passing back and forth, laughing. Some of them are in deep conversation, and every now and then they'll point back towards the wagons, and you do see that there are like two of them at least guarding the wagons. Like they haven't left them alone completely alone.
Okay.
But other than that, eventually Songbird will come out and be like, "Hey."
So we have a room and it has an area facing this way, so we don't have to stand out here the whole time. And we can take our turns.
All right. Sounds good. And I'll follow her back to the tavern.
All right.
The inn.
What? Who? What?
I'll follow her
The
back
inn.
to the inn.
Okay.
Mhm.
And the whole time I'm kind of looking around thinking that Roz is potentially hiding somewhere that I'm not aware of. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out for him. Because I don't want to say that I'm not worried, but, you know,
You are.
Mhm.
I'm worried because it's Roz.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we both are. Though we're not saying it out loud, but it's kind of one of those things. Well, actually, Songbird had said that out loud before. It's like, it's kind of.
All right. So
The good
you're.
part about having a porch, maybe we'll have a surprise kitty cat the next morning.
There's no porch. It's a window.
No window, ledge, porch.
It's a window. Stop changing. No. It's a window.
Cats can perch up on window sills.
He. Not a 6 foot tall
From
one.
the outside, 3 stories up, I don't know about that.
Not even knowing where you are. Okay, just for scope of size. Water deep holes. How many people, Vero?
Millions?
Not billions. Jesus Christ.
I didn't say billions. I said millions.
Oh,
I
millions.
said
No,
an M.
it's not millions. No. So, Waterdeep has a fluctuating range, but it can hit about 500,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's not a tiny city. It's not a small place. Basically, you guys got dumped into Manhattan.
Well, I wouldn't think that he would go through the inside. I would think he would go around the outside.
Why would you think that?
Or up on the roofs. Hmm?
Why would you think that?
Because he'd be more focused on the wagons than really the people.
You mean the wagons he can't see anymore?
Well, if he finds out where the North Gate was.
There's a lot of
It's an assumption
finding
of, like,
out.
maybe,
It's a
like,
lot of
he did this, maybe
a
that.
lot of assumptions going on there. Of you have
Yes,
no
because
idea.
Songbird thinks it's like, well, maybe he was on the roof and
He
then
could
he
be-
went roof
he
hopping,
could be
or maybe
dead
he
in-
went around the other end.
He
and
could
this
be
way.
dead in a ditch. Maybe chatting them. Let's make
He's
some other
not thinking
assumptions.
about
Maybe he
that.
got eaten by a dragon. Maybe he got lost.
I feel like we
I
would have
don't
noticed
agree
the
with that.
dragon.
Yeah,
I
we kinda
definitely
would've
would've
noticed the
noticed.
dragon.
I was like, anyway, so you guys have the room. You guys are gonna keep watch and keep an eye on the wagons and make sure nothing like happens with them, right? Are you all sharing the watches, or is it just gonna be Vero?
No, we're gonna share
Okay, I'm just
like we
asking.
usually do.
What?
That's what we usually do, or did before we ended up in the caravan.
Oh, okay. So you guys are gonna share. Share. You guys are gonna split your watches, keep an eye on the wagons, and make sure nothing happens with them. Fine. The four of you roll me a d20. Let's see who the lucky individual is.
Oh, so sweet. Ah, beat me by one.
Me and Elio's killed.
Yeah. So Jinya, all right, Jinya, when you're watching the wagons, you're still worrying, kind of every now and then looking out the wall of the city because you're close enough to the wall that you could see out over the wall to the north, and every now and then you were looking out and you're watching the wagons. you'll see some figures basically come over to the wagons and start shifting crates around. Like they'll take some crates off and they'll put them on one of the other wagons that are in this little holding pen, and then they will bring some crates and put them on the wagons. Nothing ever gets taken away from the wagons, it just kind of gets shifted around.
Okay.
The equipment or the materials that they're adding to it though, they're not hiding it. It's not like enclosed crates. Like you could see they're putting hammers, pickaxes, shovels, just like building equipment. They're adding it. Some people are like taking loads of lumber and adding it, and it looks like they're shifting the crates around to fit in with the materials they're adding to it. So they're distributing. While
Okay.
you're watching this happen, you take a recount. You followed 3 wagons. Now there's like 7.
Okay. And it looks like they're kind of evenly distributing a little bit of each one of these things onto each one of the wagons.
Yeah, it looks like they're making room for like the new supplies. And yes, it looks like they're balancing out, redistributing all the stuff.
Well, I'm definitely not going to wake everybody up to tell them this because that's definitely something that could be shared in the morning.
Okay.
And everybody's going to need some sleep because heaven only knows what we're going to be getting into.
That is true. Heaven only knows. All right.
Heaven and the DM.
So after
Mm-hmm.
after everyone has gone to sleep, in the morning will come. I don't know which one of you is the first one up, but eventually, whoever's watching outside, you'll see Jamna outside, kind of like looking around and sitting on one of the fences near the wagons, just sitting there, basically picking her nails with a dagger. And she every now and then she picks up her head, looks around again, because she has no idea where you guys are.
If I'm up first, I'll be watching out the window and
Yeah, whoever's
I'll
on the
try to.
last watch, and so whoever was the first one to wake up on the
Uh,
last watch will see her. I just don't remember who that was.
let's put it down in
It's
the.
definitely not Jinya though.
Did we set up an order where we use the order as the I was gonna say the night
If you're
watch?
going by that, it's you. Well, no, you never set it up. Sorry, no, it wasn't set up. So everybody has 0. It could have gotten
Okay.
cleared with the update. I doubt it though. So no, you have
Oh,
never
I
set
got it.
up an order.
Nope, we're not in line on that one. Okay. Meow, meow.
So we'll say it was Vero.
Works for me. Then I will be looking down at her, and does she ever look up at the window?
Um, yeah, she might glance at it. she'll, she'll hop down off the fence post, and you could tell like she's being watched. Um, and she just kind of like looks over her shoulder and goes, and then to one of the cultists or one of the guards, she'll just give him a like, "Hey, see you later," and she'll head over to you guys. You'll hear in the hallway, "Miss, ma'am, ma'am," and then a knock at your door. "I'm supposed to be here. They're expecting me. I wasn't informed of any guests, ma'am."
I'll open the door.
"See? Expected." And she'll kind of head in. The gentleman would be like, "This is most irregular. I asked you if you were having any guests, and you didn't tell me that you were expecting anyone. We should be notified of these things, and you should be leaving shortly. Gemna will like slam the door out of like pull the door out of your hand and slam it.
Mhm.
Anyway,
All right.
so
Subtle.
what did you learn?
I will share the information that I saw the night before with them redistributing the stuff on the wagons, and instead of just being 3 wagons, there are now 7.
Well, that makes sense. So, my sources tell me that they well, you've heard of Neverwinter, right? No? Oh, okay. Neverwinter. City to the north. It's it went through some hardships not too long ago, and recent years they're rebuilding. So there's a road that goes from Waterdeep to Neverwinter. It fell out of disuse. I guess it's being rebuilt. What you're seeing, and she'll walk over to the window. She says, "Those are road supplies. Evidently, there's some kind of basically a bunkhouse not too far up the road, maybe 100 miles. Um, and the caravan company, the Northern Caravan Company, is taking on laborers and workers to help rebuild the road. It looks like our friends just hired on.
Wait, the
You're
cultist just got hired on to.
yes.
Okay, I was just making sure that registered properly in my brain.
I was gonna say you all was stuck like struck dumbfounded. It's like what?
So are we now going to start working for a road laborer?
Well, I mean, it would get us in with them.
Okay,
Not
well,
found oddly coincidental that, you know, the their main.
What?
I
You're.
almost said apples in our eyes, and I'm like, okay, this is where my brain is dying on me.
It's too
Not
early to
apples
be
in our
dying.
eyes.
You got a whole other hour.
Uh,
You better sip some freaking caffeine. Sheesh.
Goodness. Do we have any reason to believe that that would be a front for some other activity that they're doing, or do we really feel like they're actually going to work on rebuilding the road?
I like
Well,
that one.
well, Lord Neverember and his agreement with Waterdeep is that road has to be rebuilt. That doesn't mean it's not a front. There might be some actual laborers in that camp. I mean, work is being done. I mean, but I'm sure we could talk to a contact of mine. He's part of the High Road Charter Company. See, unlike the caravans to the south, all the caravans to the north are hired by one individual. They're handled by the charter company, Waterdeep in its gills. So,
Would it possibly? Well, first of all, would it look suspicious that all of a sudden now we're hired on for the same thing? And
why
then
they
the
were
other
hired on?
thing would be, and the other thing would be, do you think that they are actually doing this more to get to, what did we call it? It was. I wrote that many notes already. Myra? Mirror? Mirror. I wrote it.
Well, the
Really, really
road does pass awfully close to the Mirror of Dead Men. In fact, the camp is not too far from the Mirror of Dead Men.
Not mirror, where the place that you said.
What's up, Drake? Hello, Raiders. Hold on. We're doing exposition. The mirror. Yes, the mirror. I told you what the mirror was. It's the mirror of dead men.
Okay, are you saying mirror or mirror?
Mirror. MERE. Of dead
Okay.
men.
I was thinking just now you were saying mirror. I'm like, not mirror, the other one.
Oh.
That's why. Again, brain dying on me, apparently.
All right, so
Really
we're no,
fast
no more
instead of
talking
slowly.
from you until you have some caffeine. Who's next?
Wouldn't they recognize us if we were to suddenly join the same group that they were in a second time?
Well, that's true, but I mean, if you get hired, you have a legitimate reason. I mean, you were caravan guards. Caravan guards who got to their destination now need another caravan. I have provided you another caravan. I'm going. So it's up to you if you want to continue along too, but
Not
we need to follow I need to follow those wagons and I need to know where they're going. And it looks like they're going to the mirror. So I mean, the only one that's a problem is him.
Should I get pointed at again?
Yes, she will point over to Vero. I mean, you have guilt by association. You are a little bit clingy. The most obvious one is the cat, which I haven't seen since we arrived at Waterdeep. Is he okay? Did he leave? Did he go back to his woods?
I actually don't know.
We don't really know.
Oh, I guess his work here was done.
I mean, don't see how we have any other choice, to be honest. Because if they're going to be working on the roads and carrying stuff up, it's going to look really weird if we just are following them and just sort of camping out behind them
Yeah,
until they move along.
join the caravan. It's good pay. Like a group of laborers are heading back from the camp. That's why this group is heading there. So you can blend in, work it out, figure out where it's going. We need to keep those wagons in sight, and it makes more sense to be part of the caravan than to follow it. Besides, as far as they know, you're just laborers, and isn't the only person that accused you or saw you in Greenest now dead?
Yeah,
Oh, there you go.
assuming that she didn't tell them and they believed her.
Well, it's possible, but you could just be. I mean, to most humans, you all look alike.
Fair enough.
Maybe take out the ponytail, dirty up a little, go wild elf.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Wood elves. Some of them wear paint.
I don't wear. I don't come from a place that they wear paint.
That
I'm going to put my hand on her shoulder.
she's like,
Just let it go.
I feel you.
Just let it go.
She'll pat the top of your hand, like.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Would you like some tea?
That'd be great. So, but yes, it doesn't look like the caravan's setting out for a couple of days, so you have time. Well, they're setting out tomorrow. You have time to enjoy Waterdeep this evening, unless you want to continue to keep an eye on them. But it doesn't look like they're going anywhere. Those wagons have been bought into the caravan company, the charter company. Sorry, the charter company.
So do we need to speak to anyone at the charter company, or do we need to get wagons? What do we need in order to look like we are just blending in with the crowd?
We just need to talk to Andred.
All right. Well, let's go talk to Andred.
Wait, it's early. Can we have breakfast first?
Sure. Can you recommend a place?
On this, well, it's a really nice place on the south, but on this side, yeah, there's a couple places we can go. I mean, we can just go across the street.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Okay.
We should probably get this room for another night.
When you open the door, he's still standing there.
Sir, we would like this room for another night, please.
Oh, I could, okay, I could make that arrangement, but will this one be staying too? Points down at Jamna.
I'm going to look at her and kind of, are you staying with us tonight, or do you have somewhere that you stay?
No, I only went and actually after breakfast I might hit the hay, but yeah, no, I'll stay.
All right.
He goes, well, that'll be a no, it won't. What? No, it won't. You're already charging them way too much, and I know your prices, so you're gonna let it ride at the same price. You're not adding because I'm here. He's like, very, very well. Um, um, that still will be one goal for the additional stay.
I'll hand him another gold.
Thank you. And he'll kind of scurry off this time. Jamna like shakes her head a little bit. Haven't visited many cities, have you? She'll like head out the room.
Yeah, I think he just had been had.
This is my first city.
I can tell.
So I say I haven't been in many cities, but also, if Songbird was aware enough to stand there the whole time and know that I was getting had and said nothing, who's worse?
She hasn't been to the city either.
But if she's, how was she able to? She was like, I think he just got had. Like, how do you know that then?
Because of Jamna's reaction.
Why are you letting this happen? Anyway, you guys will go across the street, have some breakfast. Place is pretty much just workers and laborers. You can tell just by looking at their hands. These are people that work with their hands, and but they don't really pay you too much mind. They're just sitting there enjoying their meal, and then they go back to working on like loading up freight and stuff out in the across the way. None of them are cultists. You don't see any cultists. Not in here, anyway. When you go back outside, you see a couple, and they're actually heading past you down the way. Jamna like looks, and she like looks at all of you and smirks. What do you think?
What do you mean? What do you think? Like we follow?
Well, why not? Might learn something.
Why would we? We know where they're going.
That's true. All right.
We need to go talk to your contact to get set up so that we can be on the caravan.
Can I have his name since I was making the coffee per demands of the DM?
Ardrid.
Aldred?
Ardrid.
Ardred.
So she'll nod, shrug, and say, "No problem. This is your show, boss." And she will lead you out of the gate. So the gate that you guys are kind of situated near, she's gonna walk out of it into the outer portion of Waterdeep. Out here, again, just people hustling, bustling, loading up, unloading wagons. A lot of freight is coming through this gate. But it's being unloaded here in this area of staging. So the wagons you're following have been kept separated, which is kind of good for you. But out here, there's like a lot of hustle and bustle going on. So she'll lead you through a couple like city streets, and she'll eventually take bring you to the, what is it? The High Road Charter Company. She says, go inside, tell him I sent you. Griffith Hughes still a little bit mad at me, so I'm going to wait out here.
Why would he be mad at you?
Some contents of a wagon may have not reached where they were supposed to reach in a timely fashion.
Oh. Lovely. And we're supposed to give you as reference?
Well, yes.
Alrighty.
I mean, he may be mad at me, but his work with my company, should keep him in line.
Okay.
All right, so we go inside.
All right. Inside, you will see a gentleman. He's basically sitting at a desk, piles of papers and scrolls. There is a table near him, like a long drafting table, and there's a map of the passage from Waterdeep to Neverwinter, and it's basically displaying this area on the map up here with the Crypt Forest and the Westwood, and you can see the plans for the road and the rebuilding. There's notes on the table listing like supplies and men, ledgers, and as he's working and going about his business, he looks up and goes, "Can I help you?"
We are looking for some work. Jamna sent us.
Oh, oh, um, two women and a child. What kind of work can you do? Can you cook?
I don't know if that's wise. We did spend the last 2 months as caravan guards. Um, I don't know if you know Karen.
The dwarf?
Uh huh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you worked for her?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, then I'm sure we can come. I would have to say that your looks undermine your abilities, I guess, because I wouldn't have taken you for guards.
Well, they
Looks
never see us
can be
coming.
deceiving.
Very well. Um, all right. Well, we have a flat fee. We're going to be heading out about 200 miles to the Mere. There is a work camp there that basically we took over an old livery. So we will be camped out of there working on repairing the road towards the north. Um, you keep my laborers safe for the trip to the north, and when you get there, you can decide if you want to head back with another group or you can stay and trade up post over there. But I'm only paying you for the 200 miles out.
Sounds fair to me.
Mhm.
Excellent. All right. I will give you a letter. You can claim. Thank you, Gorvidal. You can claim your pay once you reach your destination. Of course, if you make it there alive and no one is hurt.
And what kind of provisions are we going to need for the trip? Are those included in the travel that we will be doing, or will we need to provide our own?
Oh no, we provide everything. You'll just need your weapons and your abilities.
All right, sounds good.
Excellent. Well, we head out tomorrow morning, so enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
With that, he will kind of go back to his business, and if you're standing there too long, he'll look up like, is there anything else?
Nah, we're done. Elios obviously wants to go take a look around the city because, it's a big city.
Mhm.
Okay. So now you guys are going to go sightsee?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Sounds fun.
Dunya, do you think he'll find us?
I have to believe that he will. I mean,
hmm I'm just concerned that it's like I kind of half expected him to be like on the somewhere nearby already.
well, we know he may be, and we just don't see him. He's going
Fair.
through some things, and I feel like we need to give him his space to let him go through them.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't planning to go outright search him down because that would just provoke him more, as it has been in the past. But, you know, some form of sign, indication. Maybe if we concentrate hard enough and pray, maybe we can get it through that special bow he has.
What? It's not a telephone.
If it was, we
got
would have
good
had a way to
vibes.
communicate in over long distances.
Yeah. No, it's
So-
good vibes.
If a group ever needed sending stones, it'd be this one.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, yes.
Jesus
Mhm.
Christ.
Or an unlimited supply of paper birds.
Yep.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I'm going to be looking for as we are traveling through Waterdeep sightseeing is a shop that would have some effing paper birds.
All right. So you're looking for a paper bird store. That's
Scrolls are gonna be
fine.
kind of Scrolls are gonna be kind of pricey.
I feel like that
right?
would be a stationery store, right?
Right? It would be a stationery store. Okay. So you guys are going to
Question.
spend. Well, who?
Okay. If we're spending money to get some stuff and everything like that, how many weeks were we out so we can calculate the pay?
Huh?
I am trying to calculate what Bade gave me.
You travel for 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Sorry. That was the way back question. But yes, it was 6 weeks. All right. So you guys are going around town. Waterdeep, you can find almost anything. Thing is, you're going to figure out what you want to go look for, what you're going to try, and there's an investigation check if it's anything beyond normal. Otherwise, anything you can find in the player's handbook, you can probably find in this city. The only thing is, certain things have to be custom made, like armor. So if you wanted to buy armor, it would have to be made for you or sized for you, so that takes a little bit of time. You can get some that are refitted, but that would still take a little bit of time. Other than that, anything in the player's handbook, if normal means plentiful. Some things that are not in the player's handbook could be found, like maybe some paper birds. You're just gonna have to see if you find a shop that has some. So we'll do like investigations, and then I'll just do a roll to see if the chances are there. So while you guys, as a group, come up with what you're looking for, I'm gonna go to Roz. You have. This has been one day,
day?
one night, one whole day, and one night. Because you guys spent one more night. So this would be the second day for Roz. Right, Roz? Is he still
Sure.
there? Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Roz. So Roz, what are you doing exactly?
What I
I
messaged you,
know, but
basically.
that was basically 2 lines of text. I just want to make sure you're just sitting there communing, right?
Yeah,
Like you're in
he's
deep meditation.
kind of, yeah.
Okay. So the second night that you're out in the woods by yourself, you finally go to sleep, right?
Okay.
Okay. And what it's funny because I hate it's like it's all just a dream. You fucker, you're making me do this. Cuz you're going to have a dream.
Yay.
Okay. So in your dream you're sitting like on like a log, and you're just kind of like looking out over the lake, contemplating life, maybe skipping some stones into the water, just doing whatever little Roz did as a child.
Okay.
All right. And you hear a familiar voice. It is your grandfather.
All right.
Does he talk like you?
Oh, yeah.
I can't.
A lot.
I can't.
All of his people.
Yes.
Hold on.
Chat, prepare to.
I'm not doing it. I can't because I'm just gonna blow it. But he's gonna come up behind you. He's like, "What are you about, lad?"
Without looking behind him, he'll kind of like take the stone he has in his hand, his paws, and kind of like just start rubbing it. This one is not sure anymore. Your life as an adventurer was seems so alive and real. And the things that Roz has had to endure, it is nothing like the life you had as an adventurer. Perhaps your grandfather held back some things is not to scare Roz or, cause him to not want to follow in your steps. But the disregard for life that these hairless ones have, it is not easy for Roz to digest inside of him. Our people, we regard life in such a way that it is hard for us to watch people kill one another for no reasons. I held the body of a young halfling. I believe she was a halfling. Not can't remember. No, gnome.
Human.
Was she okay? She was just really small.
She was short. I mean, she was
Okay.
like 5 feet tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ross had to hold the body, a lifeless body of one of the hairless ones, the human. There was no connection. As a matter of fact, Roz would have killed her in a scenario because she was trying to infiltrate the party Roz is in. But to see her lifeless body on the ground, Roz believes killed by one of her own people. Roz is hard to deal with these. Did this happen for you, grandfather? And again, he still has not. He's still rubbing the stone, looking out.
So, as you're rubbing the stone, you feel like a hand on your shoulder, like this side. He touch you on this side, so your left shoulder, and he will place a hand down on your shoulder, and he will say, "I have seen my fair share of death. I have seen people die, and I have taken lives. It is, if it wasn't for evil people, they wouldn't be adventurers. If it wasn't for evil, you would be out of work. Your job as a ranger is to protect the forest from encroachments, keep balance, harmony with nature. But you've also taken on the role as an adventurer, and that means doing things that need to be done. It's not going to always be happy work. It's not always going to be fun work, but it is the life you have chosen. If it is not
You are right.
if it is not the life for you, well, perhaps the stag was wrong.
No, the stag has given me a fire within It is these unnecessary deaths. Ross has no problem shooting an arrow into a beast that is trying to kill his party, his friends that he has grown to know. He has no problem slitting the throat of someone that is doing harm to another. It is the senseless death of one that. Ross, grandfather, you are right. As you always have been and always are.
Well, with death comes a lot of wisdom.
Yes, Ross is perhaps failing on the realm of emotion. He is letting this emotion get in the way of. But it is so frustrating, grandfather, with the hairless ones say they do not seem to think. They just do, or they talk, but do not do. It is so hard for me.
Well, the hairless ones are a strange breed, and there's more of them here than there are us.
Yes,
But there are
Ross knows this.
there are some gems out there that make it all worth it.
Exactly, yes. I believe I am with 4 of them. Oh, thank you for clearing Roz's head and squeezing the heart a little bit. I will return.
Well, I'm just gonna remind you that it's peaceful on the deaf side, and I am watching over you. But if you keep summoning me here, I'm going to beat you. And he gives you like a punch in the shoulder.
Yes, I remember as a little one, when father was away, you would take care of my disciplines. It was not fun at the time, but I do remember them fondly.
He'll
Thank
just
you, grandfather.
he'll just kind of chuckle, and then as like he's like, good, you know the road before you. He'll like turn. You can hear his feet steps receding, and all of him, because it's like a dream state, is kind of foggy. Like you don't really see his head or his face. You just kind of know he's there, but you'll hear his voice, and it says, and um, it the person you think it was may have not been who you think it is.
Thank you for your wisdoms. Again, emotions get in Raz's way sometimes.
Well, it's good to have emotion, but don't let them keep clouding your judgment. You know what needs to be done.
Thank you for your wisdom. I honor your name and your presence.
Yes, well, go make a name for yourself, Roz. You've earned it.
Yes, thank you.
Now, get out of here.
He will. He will do that.
All right. So you kind of wake up in the morning from your dream, and like immediately it's like, oh, it was just a dream, and it starts to like fade from your memory, just like all dreams do. Except for the fact that you are holding on to a pebble.
He puts it in a pouch,
Okay.
and as he kind of ties it off, he pats it, and he smiles to himself. And he will head out.
Okay. You are about a day behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to head to the city and do what?
Well, he's not going in the city.
Okay.
He's going to go around it.
Okay.
He will not, because he's not sure who is cultist and who is not in a city.
Right.
So he's going to go around the outside of the city, to the north, because he does know that they were going to the north.
Okay, so you're gonna set up camp on the northern side of the city.
Yep.
All right, that's fine. That'll take you about a day and a half.
Okay.
A day to get there and then to circle around, set up camp. So you'll be on the north, basically on a stakeout, waiting for somebody to leave that you recognize.
Yep.
Fair enough. Okay. It's pretty close to the end, so I think this is where we're going to stop. You all have been hired on. So what we're gonna do is probably behind the scenes. You guys can send me over if there's something you want to find, like paper birds. We'll do some rolls or something to see if you can find whatever it is. So you have like a week to come up with whatever it is you want to do. And the other thing you should probably do is level your characters.
Oh,
I
yes.
knew it.
Okay. So you could do that during the week. I can open up the table, or you could do it at the beginning of the next session. We can start early. But yes, you have reached level 5, finally.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay!
If you're gonna be careful,
Yay.
don't insta die now.
What do I get?
I don't know, but I'm
You
worried.
get health.
Yeah, I get an extra attack.
Oh
Get
God,
stunning strike.
Me
nice.
too.
More good stuff. So yes, welcome to level 5. I think that is a change for a bunch of you. So if you have questions about leveling up your character or anything you need to do, just let me know. If you want to look at some things before you do it, you don't have to do it right now, but before next game, we should get it done. So, and then of course, like your shopping list, Ginia or whoever else. Again, Waterdeep, large city. But we're not gonna put everybody through a whole shopping thing. So,
Oh, I can't wait
We
to
don't get a
see
shopping
an-
montage. I'm
What?
I, get,
Come
I can't wait to. I don't get to watch another group have their dreams shattered trying to shop in Waterdeep. It'd be
Waterdeep, no,
hilarious.
no, we're not gonna do that. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? No.
Ah,
All right, I didn't use any of my points,
hilarious.
so
Right.
so I'm just gonna keep this note the same. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so next week. Oh, so next week we aren't playing. I forgot. Actually, don't count us out. I think we are gonna play next week. We'll see what happens, because I think we could still play. Yeah, I
Wait,
think
what happened? What? I had to switch over. What?
that's fine. We were talking about next week and not playing, but I think we are gonna play. If anything changes, I'll let you guys know beforehand. I was gonna take the week off, but with everything going on, I don't think I've had enough time off. So
What about Tuesday?
playing game Tuesday. We'll talk about it off stream. Anyway, we're planning
Yeah.
to play.
Mhm.
Next game, though, for anybody in the stream, that is going to be on Thursday. That is the second part of Vecna Prelude. So that will be this Thursday coming up. That's going to be a exciting bit of adventure. So hopefully we'll get that on the road and actually get into the main campaign. So we're in the prelude right now, but it's extended, so we're in part 2. And then Saturday will be Waterdeep. Yay. Oh, we have a game on Friday, don't we? We do.
Yes, we do.
We have
Sunless Citadel.
yes, part 4 of Sunless Citadel. So join us
We
for
have a
all
cold
those.
beer
I'll be here all week. Yay. Except for
Don't
tomorrow.
forget to tip your servers.
Yes. All right. With that, do you guys want to Jinya, Songbird, Roz do your outros? We'll do it in that order. So Jinya, go ahead.
All right, Foxy Project. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch and YouTube, streaming survival crafting starting at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time pretty much every day. So if I'm not doing that, I'm doing this. And that's me.
Yay. Songbird.
Hi, I'm Lady Madeline, mainly known as Lady M here on Twitch, streaming stuff. I have a random schedule that I do with random games, depending on my work schedule. But almost guaranteed, it is every Tuesday I'm here for Tyranny of Dragons. Every Thursday I'm here for either Vecna or Dragonlance. And then Saturdays, I am with TCAT and Insomnia Night RPG playing a little bit of Call of Cthulhu Shadows of the Orient Express.
And Roz.
Yeah, I am Loco 1956 in chat. I stream Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays normally from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Let's see, it's War Thunder. And this Friday I will not be streaming, but on Monday I will do a birth month stream. And
Birth month stream.
Birth month stream. Yeah, it is not my birthday, but it is my birth month. So I'm gonna
Yay.
celebrate that.
Cool.
I'll be going from 2 to 8 Eastern that day. I'll do 6 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm crazy.
Fantastic. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to raid into Jay's on Hots. Jay's on Hots. Okay.
Okay.
He's playing some Baldur's Gate 3, so it's D&D-ish. So go over there, say hello, tell him I sent you. As soon as this thing starts, we'll go to our out thing. And say goodnight, everyone.
Night,
Good night, everyone.
everyone.
I think I hit the button too soon.
Oh man.
Oh no, I didn't. Okay. I'm hitting the button.